In the face of these illegal, cruel, and relentless attacks, Chair Hill, it is both urgent and critical that you immediately convene a long overdue hearing with CFPB Acting Director Vaught, members of Congress, and importantly, the American public deserves answers as to why Musk and his Doge minions are in possession of sensitive consumer information and what they are doing with it. Additionally, Trump is simultaneously threatening import taxes on U.S. companies that will increase the cost of groceries and other basic supplies for all. Trump is freezing funds for housing assistance and community development and whittling down the federal workforce so that his billionaire boys club can suck any of these workers' salaries into their own pockets. This is all part of Trump's Project 25 playbook. You know what else he's taken from Project 2025, Chair Powell? Their plan to eliminate the Fed. We're watching this play out as Trump doubles down on his efforts to gut the independence of the Fed. As we've seen with demands that you drop rates immediately. In fact, his co-president Musk attacked Fed independence in a tweet earlier this year. Chair Powell, I know you have been adamant about the independence of the Fed and have, thus far, resisted pressure from Trump. But after your decision to eliminate DEI initiatives following Trump's illegal order, I'm concerned that Trump has more influence over you than you let on. I speak for all of my colleagues on the Democratic side when I say that you must stand firm in defending the Fed's independence, reject any attempt by Elon Musk and his Doge minions to gain access to the Fed, its systems and data, and speak forcefully about what's at stake for our economy. The American public must hear from you, our central bank, today.
Gentlewoman yields back. I yield myself 5 minutes for questions. Thank you again, Chairman Powell, for being with us. Let me start with the Fed's bank regulation and supervisory function. As I mentioned in my opening statement, over the past 2.5 years, the outgoing Vice Chair for Supervision has pushed new regulations that would move the United States towards a one-size-fits-all approach to prudential regulation that disregards the congressional mandate that's been quite clearly established for regulators to tailor bank regulation based on an institution's size, complexity, and risk profile. Earlier this year, the Fed board announced that Michael Barr would be stepping down from his position as Vice Chair on February 28, 2025, or earlier, should a successor be confirmed. Significantly, the board also announced at that time that it does not intend to take up any major rulemakings until a Vice Chair for Supervision successor is confirmed. I've discussed this with you. I've got concerns about that. You're not abdicating your supervisory response while we wait around for a Vice Chair for Supervision. Do you agree that it's the Board of Governors that has the responsibility for bank supervision policy?
I do, and I would also agree that we need to carry on with our regulatory and supervisory duties. We can't take a holiday, and we will proceed with the things that we should be proceeding with.
You testified in the Senate yesterday, and I know you enjoyed time with the senators, and you talked a little bit about Basel III endgame. And again, in my opening statement, I talked about that the intent was to harmonize those rules, true for the largest institutions in the world, but also do that in a way that's capital neutral. And many of us here in Congress on both sides of the aisle felt like Vice Chairman Barr's approach was gold plating already high standards for American banks. You testified yesterday that you think bank capital levels are about right for those large institutions. Would you tell the committee today that it's your intent to repropose a Basel III endgame approach, just speaking on behalf of the Fed only, not the other supervisors, and that it be take into account the comments, and that it be generally capital neutral?
We do intend to repropose Basel III endgame, and we intend to do that just as soon as we can get together with the new leadership at the two other banking agencies. And as I mentioned, I think we can do that pretty promptly once those people are in place. I look forward to doing that. My long-held view, as I've said in many of these hearings, is that capital in the banking system for the largest banks, is it about right? And that would be my starting point on going into these discussions, but I do want to defer, I do want to, leave it for my upcoming, new leadership at those agencies to have their own views on that.
I think that's important. I think it needs to be coordinated and harmonized among our supervisory agencies. And I do want you to take into account how Basel III endgame proposal interacts with other pending rules, whether they're on liquidity or the other things like operating risk in the companies. I think that was a lot of centrality of the comments that we saw on your bar proposal. Turning to monetary policy, looking back at 2020 and 2021, I was looking at all the principal monetary policy rules that you report in your semi-annual report. And had you followed any of the monetary policy rules that you track, they would have had you tighten sooner in the cycle rather than waiting. And I think that could have reflected, maybe not seen us have a 40-year high in inflation. Using the benefit of hindsight, do you think you should have looked at those rules more closely in the open market operations and tightened sooner?
I will say, and I've said before, that hindsight suggests that it would have been good if we had tightened earlier. I don't know how much difference that would have made, but I'd be very careful with those rules. Those rules, those rules in the middle of last year suggested that our policy rate was a couple hundred basis points too high. So we need to. They're a starting point, not an ending point.
Right. But we've had this conversation before. The point is that they do offer a roadmap, and you do mention them in writing in your monetary policy reports, except for one time during the pandemic. And I think, though, that you're adding that to your reference point in your forward guidance and in your communications, I think would be important. Can you tell us about the review of the inflation targeting and when you expect to complete that?
Expect to complete it by the late in the summer this year. We're just beginning it now, and we're going to look at all the decisions that we made, why we made them back in 2020. We're going to ask ourselves what's changed. We're going to be open to criticism and good ways of thinking about it, and I think we'll make appropriate, discrete adjustments.
I thank you for being with us today, and I turn to the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes for your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It is no secret that President Trump, what he wants to do, that he wants to do away with the Federal Reserve altogether. He said he knows interest rates much better than you do. I want you to know that some of us here have been fighting to make sure that everybody understands the importance of the central bank. Every country dealing with crypto, their central bank is involved. But, of course, Trump and the opposite side of the aisle fought us. And that's one of the reasons we were not able to come together with a bipartisan agreement on stablecoins. You previously said that you would not resign if Trump asked you to do that. Do you stand by that commitment?
I have no changes to that.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you. Please let the record record that adequately. I appreciate that because you have a right to your position not to be interfered with by law, I believe, or even Constitution. When Musk comes knocking at the Fed's door, are you going to let him in?
I don't have anything for you on that.
Would you like to tell us today that you won't let Doge into the Federal Reserve or have access to the systems and the data?
So I don't have any, we've had no contact, and I don't really have, I have nothing for you to report today on that.
Well, you know what happened at Treasury, and you know what happened over at the CFPB, and the people of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by Elon Musk and Trump, and we don't know what all they have on us, our bank accounts, everything that in our lives. So I want to protect it in the Fed. Mr. Powell, the last time you testified before this committee, you said, and I quote, "Really successful institutions in the United States generally are those that do a really good job on diversity and get the best out of people and attract a broad, diverse range of talents to the table. That is why we That is the way we feel about it. And at the Fed, and that is what we've been doing and will continue to do. Chair Powell, how will you ensure that the Fed continues to attract the best and most diverse employees?
You know, we're institutions like ours, private and public, are in a constant contest to hire the best talent in the country. And we've all learned, I think, and certainly we have, that we will go anywhere to find that talent, and including places that we didn't go 25 years ago. And we'll just continue to do that. You know, we're recruiting, as you know, at many, many, many universities and colleges, including historically black universities and colleges, and others. And that's what we find, and that's our practice. We think that's the best way to go about it.
Thank you very much, and that's what I've always felt about the Fed. No matter what they call it, you only attracted and hired the best qualified people in your operation, no matter what they refer to it as, what they call it, whatever way they define it. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Chair Powell, are you willing to provide my staff with an immediate briefing from your agency on the status of your OMWEs and equal employment offices?
Yes.
Thank you. I believe that you know that the OMWEs were created with the Dodd-Frank reforms. It's in law. And as I understand it, any attempt to dismantle OMWEs would have to come before the Congress of the United States of America. Is that your understanding?
Well, yes. Section 342 of Dodd-Frank, which is the OMWE section, is the law.
Thank you. Chair Powell, to what extent have you consulted with other board members in determining how your agency is complying with Section 342 of Dodd-Frank, and as well as any other federal anti-discrimination law?
I think we've consulted with senior staff and board members quite a bit.
Chair Powell, days after his inauguration, President Trump issued an executive order on digital assets, which includes a prohibition on central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs. The executive order banned any, quote, form of digital money or monetary value denominated in the national unit of account that is a direct liability of central bank, end quote. I'm concerned that this extremely broad definition could go far beyond CBDCs. Well, thank you very much. My time is up, but I appreciate your presence here today, and I appreciate your willingness to stand up for your right to be
Gentlewoman's
the
time
chair.
has expired.
And I now yield back. Thank you.
But I do invite the chairman to respond to the gentlewoman's question on CBDCs in writing. And now we turn to the vice chair of the full committee, Bill Heisinger, the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chair Powell, good to see you again. You had talked a little bit about your review. I'm going to start there. Obviously, a lot has changed in the last 5 years. Pandemic, inflation, higher interest rates, to name a few. However, I believe your dual mandate of maximum employment and stable prices should remain the ultimate objective. I assume you agree with that. I let the record reflect slight head nod on that, I guess. This committee is going to be very focused on monetary policy, and with my good friend from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, chairing a task force that I'm happy to be a part of, we're going to be addressing some of those issues. Chair Hill touched on some of the rules that have been discussed. I, for one, have always been particular to Taylor rule, but there's a number of rules. I know you go through those. At one point, I suggested that we could call it the Yellen rule with Chair Yellen, but there needed to be some sort of public declaration of what to benchmark against, and I still feel that that is of some importance. You outlined your timeline on this particular review, but I'm curious, do you believe that the last policy framework limited the Fed's response to raising inflation, something that you and I have talked about over the years?
No. I'll tell you why we didn't raise rates. We thought the inflation was transitory. I can show you forecasts from the end of 2021 by us, by staff, by the blue chip. Everybody thought it was going to be transitory. That's why we didn't raise rates.
And I also distinctly remember a hearing where you and Secretary Yellen at the time were sitting next to each other, and it looked like you visibly scooted away when I asked you both whether it was still transitory, and you had, for the first time ever, a separate answer. Her answer was yes, it still was transitory. You gave a very Fed speak answer of, we no longer believe the data shows that, so no. And to kind of go to Chair Hill's point, we think that might have been a little late on that. On back to the review, I'm curious, what sort of input are you looking for from the public and from Congress as you go into that review?
So from the public, we'll do a series of Fed Listens events, which were very successful the last time. And it involves us sitting down and meeting with people, some of whom know a lot about what the Fed does, some of whom just tell you what's going on in their communities. It was really, it was a very successful part of our outreach last time. In terms of Congress, you know, we'll keep you informed of our progress. We welcome anything you may offer. But, you know, it's a public, we're open to the public on this. It's a public review as distinct from what we were doing before. And so we're welcoming views from all over.
And not to get ahead of the chairman, but I look forward to us having more conversations about that with the working group. I want to switch topics and focus a bit back to the bank supervision. Michael Barr has stepped down from his position as vice chair for supervision effective at the end of the month. And whether, frankly, President Trump fills that position is entirely up to him. But in the absence of a vice chair for supervision, you're still working, I think, on it. I think your quote to the chairman was, there's no time for a holiday. Now, this vice chair of supervision is a Fed governor that has, frankly, extraordinary powers and responsibilities. And ultimately, my question to you is, does the Fed really need a separate vice chair to complete its work? Now, I got here after the 2010 election, 2011, shortly after Dodd-Frank was passed. I know this vice chair position was created by Dodd-Frank. I've just been dealing with the echo effects now for the last going on 15 years of Dodd-Frank. Do we really need to have a separate vice chair of supervision?
So for many years, as you know, we did our business without a vice chair for supervision. What that means is everything goes through the full board.
And it was effective?
I think it was, and also there was less volatility.
Explain that. Why was there less volatility?
Well, because you've got a group of 7 people on the board, and there will be some, as appointments change, there'll be some changes in the approach to regulation, but putting it all in a single person, admittedly just to recommend to the board, can lead to sort of some volatility in these things, which is really
larger swings in policy.
Yeah, larger swings in the kind of things, and that's not great for the institutions that we want to regulate. We want to have a good set of regulation that doesn't swing back and forth very much. The question of whether it's a good thing to have in the law is really one for you. But I will tell you, we will once Vice Chair Barr completes his term in a few weeks, we will continue on until there's a new Vice Chair for supervision, and we can very much get our work done.
Or if there is one. So with that, Mr. Chairman, my time has expired.
I thank the Vice Chairman. Mr. Heisger yields back. Recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 5 minutes of questions.
Chairman Powell, you are the only bipartisan person or thing left in Washington. You were appointed by Obama. Trump gave you a promotion. Biden reappointed you. And you are the only Biden appointee not to hear the words, "You're fired," from our president. So I hope we listen to what you have to say, because you're the only person or that I can identify in Washington that has support on both sides of the aisle. Mr. Huizenga mentions the importance of your dual mandate. Project 2025 calls for abolishing the dual mandate and eliminating a mandate that you focus on employment. If we were to give you just one mandate dealing with price stability and take away the mandate on employment, over the next 10 years, would our GDP be higher or lower?
It wouldn't be possible for me to say.
Does the fact that you focus on employment as one of your dual mandates lead to lower unemployment, higher employment in our country?
It may do so. We do balance those things.
Thank you.
To some extent, that may be right.
Chair Hill spoke about how important it is that you maintain your independence. I noticed that in light of the hiring freeze, the Fed has removed all its job postings. I'm hoping that your personnel policy will be as independent as everything else at the Fed. But I'm more concerned with the President's statement at 7:58 this morning, where he said interest rates should be lowered. He said it. Will that influence what the Fed actually does?
I, as a practice, never comment on anything the president says, but I think people can be confident that we'll continue to keep our heads down, do our work, make our decisions based on what's happening in the economy, the outlook,
And
the balance of
statements
risks.
by elected
No
officials
change.
are not among the things that cause you to act one way or the other.
That's correct.
Thank you. And he went on to say, he said interest rates should be lowered, something which would go hand in hand with upcoming tariffs. Let's rock and roll America. I certainly agree with the rock and roll America, but the Peterson Institute says that the policies that the president ran on will raise the CPI by between 4 and 7.5 points. And I think the biggest element of that is the proposed tariffs. If we have higher tariffs across the board, say 10 to 25%, would that increase the cost of living? And would an increase in the CPI or related indexes of the cost of living lead to higher interest rates?
You know, there are many organizations, public and private, whose role is to speculate publicly about what this might be. What we're doing is we're reserving judgment until we actually know what the policies are.
But if we have a higher cost of living, does that lead to higher interest rates? The CPI goes up, or CPE, excuse me?
Well, if inflation goes up in general,
Yeah.
forget about tariffs. In general, of course, we will use our tools, which is the interest rate, to bring it back down to 2% over time.
Okay. Yesterday, you told the Senate we're going to release the stress test scenarios before we implement them. Will you take a holistic look at large bank capital requirements, including the risk-based capital ratios like Basel III endgame, stress testing, to make sure that you don't have a contraction in the ability of credit to Main Street businesses?
Yes.
Great. There's a proposal in Project 2025 that we abolish Fannie and Freddie. If there was no explicit or implicit federal guarantee for those who invest in mortgages, would that lead to higher mortgage interest rates?
Since you'd no longer be borrowing on the credit of the United States, in other words, so Fannie and Freddie would be privately funded, it could lead to that. I think privatizing Freddie and Fannie might have other virtues too, though, as has been considered many times by this committee and others.
Might have some virtues, but it would lead to higher mortgage rates.
It could.
The CFPB has been put on ice, but all the regulations remain in force. So if you're a bank that wants to comply with those regulations, there's nobody that can give you any clarification. So you don't know. And if you're a bank that doesn't want to comply, the next presidential election may put into practice a CFPB that enforces all the regulations that the Trump administration has tried to eliminate. Does that cause confusion for banks?
You're speculating about what the situation might be. I would say that it could. Yeah.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Chair Powell, let's talk about the balance sheet. As we've discussed several times before, the consistent and massive growth of the federal debt creates long-run challenges for both the United States and saddles future generations with an onerous burden. But it also creates a challenging environment for the markets as the Treasury market expands in kind. As the Fed engages in quantitative tightening, allowing the Treasuries to roll off, the Fed is careful to ensure that there are ample reserves for the balance sheet. Could you briefly discuss the conditions that determine the ideal level of reserves?
Sure. So let me say that we intend to slow, and we have slowed, but then stop the process of shrinking our balance sheet at a time when we think that reserves are somewhat above the level that we judge to be consistent with our ample reserves framework. So what that means is we want reserves to be ample, meaning we don't want them to suddenly appear to be shortages of reserves. So we're going to think of where those shortages might appear, and we're going to put a buffer on top of that, because nothing good happens when there's not enough liquidity. So that's our overall framework. And right now, we feel like all the evidence suggests that reserves are still abundant, which is more than ample.
As you know, in early 2021, the Fed stated that it would invite comments on the supplemental leverage ratio. That has not happened yet. I've made the point that the growth of the U.S. Treasury market paired with a decreased willingness of banks to act as intermediaries is a major issue on the horizon. When former Treasury Secretary Yellen was before this committee last year, I asked her about the resiliency of the Treasury market, specifically about the wisdom of permanently modifying the SLR. She said it's something that the banking regulator should consider. Does the Fed plan to finally look at the SLR?
Yes, I believe we will. I have, for a long time, like others, been somewhat concerned about the levels of liquidity in the Treasury market. The amount of Treasuries has grown much faster than the intermediation capacity has grown, and one obvious thing to do is to reduce the effective supplemental leverage ratio, the bindingness of it. So that's something I do expect we will return to and work on with our new colleagues at the other agencies and get done.
Because I think my colleagues are aware that over the course of recent times, literally we have 8 times as much debt to process, but only half as many major market makers. The Federal Reserve is not immune to politics. You, like every Fed governor, go through a lengthy confirmation process in the Senate. And of course, you're required to answer to Congress in hearings like this. I can trace a major political turning point at the Fed to the passage of Dodd-Frank, which greatly expanded the Fed's regulation and supervision authority. Chairman Powell, do you worry that the independence of the Federal Reserve's monetary policy function is in any way hindered by its role as a bank regulator? Can you do both?
Well, we can and we do, and we'll continue to do that. Clearly, the regulatory and supervisory side is more contentious in political circles, but we will continue to carry it out as best we can and to do so in a non-political way as best we can.
And clearly that'll be a major discussion topic in the task force. In my remaining time, could you discuss the Fed's 5-year review of monetary policy? What are the categories of issues you think that will be helpful to receive feedback on?
So a good part of it will be looking at the changes we made in 2020, which were made in an environment where we had been stuck at the effective lower bound at 0 for 7 years. And the highest we got our rate really was sustainably was 1.5%, and that was the highest of any advanced economy central bank. So the concern was that at the slightest downturn, we'd be back at the 0 lower bound and we'd be stuck. So we were looking for ways to make up for that. So then the question is, we got this inflation out of the pandemic and the events related to it. Are we in a different place now? And I think the chances are pretty good that maybe the effective lower bound is still a concern, but it's not the base case anymore. So we need to look at that and decide how what are the implications of that for our framework.
Thank you, Chairman, and I look forward to several more discussions on these topics. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for being here today, and you've indicated in past hearings that geopolitical tensions pose important risks to global economic activity. In fact, around this time last year when you appeared before the committee, you and I discussed how conflicts around the world, specifically the war in Ukraine, had impacted the cost of things like groceries in the United States of America. At that time, you indicated that the war had caused commodity prices to move sharply back home. Does that sound correct to you, if I'm familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
So just to reiterate, in this interconnected world that we live in, would it be safe to say that economic instability in other countries has the potential to impact economic factors here in the United States?
Sometimes, yes.
And so, given that fact, would it seem like a smart move for the United States government to remove one of our most effective strategic tools that, by mandate, assist U.S. commercial interests by supporting developing countries' economic growth and building countries' capacity to participate in the world trade? Would you agree with that?
It's not for me to be the judge or to say on that.
Well, we do know that a number of, like USAID, they buy a lot of their agricultural products, et cetera, from American farmers. And in fact, it helps the U.S. economy when you look at the volume of agricultural products that are being bought so that we can continue to be a part of the rest of the world. Would that be correct?
As far as I know, yes.
So, today we find ourselves facing a situation where the president and his Dodge buddy Elon Musk seem hell-bent on dismantling USAID, no matter the consequences, even if they are dire. To me, the assault on this congressionally authorized body represents an attack on the rule of law and should outrage every member of this body. Every member, Democrats and Republicans alike. And I know that your interest is squarely within your dual mandate and not foreign policy. I sit on both committees. I'm here, but I'm also the ranking member on the Foreign Policy Committee. And so I can't sit here today and pretend that what we're doing won't impact employment and economic stability right here in the United States of America. Weakening USAID will fuel global crises, endanger American security, embolden other nations like China and Russia, and leave us here in the Trump administration solely responsible for the fallout. So I have to take this opportunity to urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to also stand up for USAID. Anytime we travel, we go visit what they do. We go visit the good that they do. We go visit what and how their economies improve so that they can be part of the global economy. So, if not because people just care about the rest of the world, then because we care about our country and recognize that instability elsewhere threatens our stability right here. It is extremely important in an interconnected world because the economy is interconnected around the world. We cannot isolate ourselves from the rest of the world. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Chairman Powell, welcome. We're delighted to be here, and I hope that this comes with greetings from every single member that we appreciate and respect you taking the time, even though you're expected here. We think you show up, and we admire you. Mr. Chairman, you and I both know that way back when, and we assume 21, that there was a decision made by the Fed that gets close to quantitative easing and then the term tapering. And we know that it was sold as a monetary stimulus to help the country, and I get that. There was about, in my opinion, $2.33 trillion that were taken out in loans. And Chairman just spoke a minute ago about the term debt versus growth. Debt versus growth, about this amount of money that sits out there on the debt side. Could you please take a minute and discuss this issue and how we should be looking at it? Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Sessions, are we talking about asset purchases that we made during the?
We are, we're
Okay.
talking about when the Fed went and sold
QE.
treasuries,
No, we bought treasuries.
bought treasuries.
Yeah, we bought treasuries. So, you know, it was a situation, I'll tell you why we did it. You know, we were just out of the worst part of the pandemic, and we didn't know how, frankly, how good things were going to be, how strong the economy. We were very concerned. COVID is still raging, and it actually, you know, had a very strong wave right into 22. But we wanted to just, we didn't want to stop buying treasuries too soon, because I mean, that has a stimulative effect on the economy, because we didn't want to provoke an unwanted tightening in financial conditions at a time when we thought the economy was still vulnerable. You look back in hindsight, we probably could have done that earlier and halted purchase earlier. In any case, we turned right around and started shrinking the balance sheet, and we've gotten.
You moved it from about 120 a month to 110.
Well, we're down, we've been tapering for 2 years now, and we're down
That's
more
correct.
than $2 trillion. So, and we're still going. So that's why we did what we did.
Tell me what that looks like in the longer term aggregate versus with what the chairman said, debt versus growth. Because we believe the debt remains and the growth is not equaling that ability to pay it back.
So what happens is we borrow money to cover the spending that Congress has done. Our purchases don't affect that. We're basically issuing reserves, which is cash, and we're retiring Treasury securities. And the effect of that is to drive down long-term rates. That's the whole reason for QE.
And what are you paying for those long-term rates?
Market rates. We're paying exactly the market.
And what would that market be approximately a year ago or to now?
Well, you know, the 10-year, of course, we're going in the other direction now. We're shrinking now, but
We
were
are.
buying, you know, the 10-year was yielding a very, very low. The yield on it was quite low during the pandemic, extremely low, because, you know, growth was slow. There was a lot of demand for treasuries. So we were pushing down rates to support economic activity. When you can't lower your policy rate anymore and you want to do more stimulus, that's really the main thing you can do. It's actually the forefather of that was Milton Friedman, who came up with that thought way back in the past. But that's what we did, and then, as I mentioned, we turned around as soon as we lifted off and started raising rates. We immediately started shrinking the balance sheet, and we've shrunk it a lot, $2 trillion and still counting.
You have shrunk it $2 trillion?
Yes, we have.
Okay. And what do you believe remains, and you believe you're now stable for moving forward?
So I think we have a ways to go. Actually, the level of reserves, which is the thing we're focused on, hasn't really changed. All of that has come out of what's called the overnight reverse repo facility. I'd be happy to spend some time with you on this. This stuff is very complicated. And
Yes, I've tried to find new data on it, and the last I found really was a CRS report of 22. So what's
very,
called
very big changes since then.
127.22. And
Yeah.
so the changes that you speak of are important.
Yeah,
And so I would appreciate that time.
be happy to do
Yes.
that.
Great. I want to thank you for being here. The confidence that the American people have that we will turn not just the economics of their lives, but of the country is very important. And I today spoke about the country. And I want to thank you for your service and time. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and welcome, Chair Powell. Chair Powell, I'm worried about these tariffs. And I want you to kind of share with us your thoughts on these tariffs. I'm worried about it. I think the president is wrong here. Tariffs can cause a terrible situation to the economy. I'm concerned about the inflationary impact on tariffs. And where cost increases from the tariffs, there's a cost to these tariffs. And we need not move into this area blindly. And some of these costs will be absorbed by business companies, but there are other costs that will be borne by the American consumers. We don't even understand this. And yet you have the president just using these tariffs as a means of fight or like a war. And this is going to do it. Everybody is not going to be Mexico or Canada. And while we got a little time, I want your thoughts on the dangers of these tariffs. The stock market is anticipating rate cuts. What will these tariffs do about that? Does the Fed see financial market stability as a factor in its decision-making process when considering the rate cuts? And here is specifically what I want you to get to. In light of the president, and politely I will say, his ill-crafted tariff strategy, do you foresee future rate cuts as a result of inflationary issues or due to a weaker labor market? And what do you consider to be promising inflation data? That's our big fight. And these tariffs are going to just add to inflation like a rocket ship. Your thoughts?
So,
And share with us, give us your opinion of the danger of these. There's a cost here. Tell us what you think about this.
the president has certain authorities over tariffs. Congress has authorities over tariffs. The Commerce Department is involved in some ways, but the Fed has no role in setting tariffs. And we don't comment on decisions made by those who do have that authority. We try to stick to our own knitting. In this particular case, it's possible that the economy would evolve in ways that, because of tariffs, or partly because of tariffs, that we would need to do something with our policy rate, but we can't know what that is until we actually know what policies are enacted. And remember, it's not just tariffs. There are significant changes to immigration policy, fiscal policy, and also regulatory policy. You put all four of those, and all four of those were things that the president was elected to do. We will then try to make an intelligent judgment about the overall effect on the economy of those, and conduct our policy accordingly. But it's not our role in any way to comment on the wisdom of the policies that are enacted by Congress or by the administration.
Will he have an effect on whether or not you will resume your plan to cut the interest rates this year or continue to hold?
So we'll make our decisions as we go about what to do with interest rates based on the data that we see, the outlook, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. And we'll be considering all of those things. We won't be focusing on any particular policy, and I can't tell you what we'll be doing, because it will really depend. It's fairly uncertain environment right now.
Yeah.
The underlying economy is very strong, but there's some uncertainty out there about new policies. We're just going to have to wait and see what the effects of those policies are before we think about what we can do.
Well, all I want to say, God bless you. I know your strength. We've worked together over the years on many things, and this nation is grateful that we have you, your wisdom and intellect at this time.
I agree, but the gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman, you're back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner.
I thank the chair, and it's good to see you again, Chairman Powell. Chair Powell, under the Biden administration, American families were hit with a huge stealth tax from, as we've spoken about, inflation that drove up grocery prices and led to high rates on things like mortgages and car loans. Since 2021, The average Missouri household is paying about $1,100 more per month due to inflation. To put that number into perspective, the median family income in Missouri is $69,000. These families have had to spend $13,000 more of their annual income on the exact same goods. What specifically is the Federal Reserve's plan for making life easier for everyday Americans?
So the best thing we can do for Americans is to vigorously pursue both stable prices and maximum employment. We're trying to get back to a long expansion where prices are stable around 2%.
You seem to be there on labor, as you've pointed out, so tell me what else?
Sorry?
You seem to be there on labor, so what else?
You know, I would say we're close but not there on inflation. And you did see today's inflation print, which says the same thing. I mean, we've made great progress toward 2%. Last year, inflation was 2.6%. So great progress, but we're not quite there yet. So we want to keep policy restrictive for now so that we can see.
We're definitely not there for 30-year mortgages, you know, upwards of 7%, Chair Powell. So let me switch topics. I continue to believe that as we've spoken about, and as was brought up prior colleagues here, that the federal banking agencies, including the Federal Reserve, should scrap the flawed Basel III endgame proposal and start over. You talked a little bit about how you plan to perhaps do that, and a timeline potentially, but how will the public, Chair Powell, be able to provide comments on any revised proposal as required by the Administrative Procedures Act?
So I fully expect, and I think it's a good idea for the United States to finish Basel III in a way that's, you know, in keeping with Basel and also with what other jurisdictions are doing, comparable jurisdictions.
The key there is end game. This has been going on for 2 decades.
Where's the end already, right? So, you know, we'll put all of that out for comment again and welcome the comments for all commenters.
I should make sure we're following the Administrative Procedure Act.
Oh, yes.
As you move forward.
We will.
Chair Powell, I understand you are interested in making the stress test scenarios that assess how a bank will perform through a crisis more transparent. As things stand now, while the Fed may make some information public, it doesn't show its math, which makes it difficult to assess the robustness and analytical rigor of the stress tests. Recently, the Federal Reserve announced that due to the, quote, evolving legal landscape, it would begin to take public comment on its stress test models and annual scenarios. Can you describe the changes in the legal landscape that have caused the Federal Reserve to suddenly seek public comment on its stress test regime and why it did not seek public comment from the beginning?
So we're an agency that's strongly committed to following the law as written by Congress and as interpreted by the Supreme Court. In the past few years, we've seen a string of administrative law cases from the Supreme Court which are dealing with different issues, but there's a common theme, and that is significantly less deference to the views of agencies as compared to those of courts. Also just raised expectations for compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act. We take that very much to heart, and this is one of the things that we're doing because of that, and we feel the appropriate.
You can look at things like Chevron deference, you can look at the EPA ruling by the courts, and they are returning the power back to the people and to Congress, not the administrative state, not those agencies and rulemakers.
So because of those things, you know, we are putting, as you went through it, we're putting the models and everything else out for comment and taking similar steps.
Well, I'm glad to see that. I understand the Fed intends to complete a comprehensive review of its monetary policy strategy, tools, and communications practices. You mentioned that. What is the timeline?
We expect to complete our work and announce the results by the end of the summer.
End of the summer. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Chair Powell. Good to see you. Thank you for your good work. Chairman Powell, the Senate just filed a bill called the Genius Act. I'm always worried about anything that comes over from the Senate with the title genius in it. But it is an attempt to provide a regulatory framework for cryptocurrency. And in that proposal, which is similar in some respects to the House proposal, it would allow individual states to oversee issuers, and there would be no central federal authority. The idea is to disperse the responsibility from state to state. My concern, my overriding concern is that with that spread of and expansion of crypto, and the president is 100% behind it. He just started his own meme coin. He's making a lot of money off of that, which is another issue. My concern is that the spread of an expansion of crypto will infect the traditional banking system because it's a volatile, speculative asset, and we've seen some very sudden disasters with crypto. I'm just wondering, are there any backstops that we can use, any firewalls that we can put in place that might insulate the traditional banking system, you know, because they have access to the discount window and they're FDIC insured, so there may be, you know, second-order impacts if we have a collapse of a major crypto issuer. Are there any
What the
extra
hell does
things that we
Jerome
can do,
Powell
to
know
protect the
about
traditional banking system?
backdoors? He doesn't.
Yes, so first I would say there are
Okay,
really two
spy,
things
bear
that are
flag
happening.
in
One is
play.
banks are serving crypto customers.
Hey, everybody,
And
first
we
of
don't
all,
wanna get into
good
the
morning.
banks
How you guys
serving
doing? Make sure you
perfectly
follow
legal
me on the
customers
book.
as
I'm
long
about to
as they
post my
understand the
Facebook.
risks and that sort of thing. We don't want to
I need you
single
guys
out
to
any
come over.
customer.
speaking
and
to
follow me.
custody?
I need more of my YouTube friends
Well, custody is more, the second thing is
on my
taking
Facebook, so you
activities
can
on
follow
their
me
own,
or
right?
add me if
And
you'd
in
like.
that case, I do think it's appropriate to.
And Lena,
to,
if by some
you know,
chance
as
you're
usual,
still
as bank
listening, thank
supervisors,
you. I'm
make
actually gonna
sure
message you
that we understand and
that I
banks
seen you.
understand
I,
the risks that are
had the
involved in
mic
the
muted.
activity that they're
My
taking
bad.
inside an insured
Well, I knew it was
depository.
muted, but
On the other hand, you don't want to go too far. You know, I think there were a bunch of disasters, as we all remember, and, you know, we don't want to, and we were reacting to some extent to those. You don't want to go so far as to, you know, overplay your hand on that. So I think we need to be mindful that many of these activities can very well be done inside of banks, and custody may well be one of them. In fact, in Fed-regulated banks, there are lots of crypto activities happening now. They've just happened under a framework where we made sure that the bank understood and we understood exactly what they're doing.
Right. We also have the example of, you know, Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank, First Republic Bank. One of the triggering events there. I mean, obviously the risk management was very poor in that respect, and they got on the wrong side of interest rates. But there were also some failures of issuers who had huge deposits at Silicon Valley, I believe, or Signature, or maybe both of them. And the suddenness of their collapse caused a run for the exits. And luckily, with the scramble, we were able to sort of save that situation so it didn't create a greater contagion. But are there steps that we can take that might strengthen our ability to respond to that type of collapse as well?
Yes, so in the wake of Silicon Valley Bank, we did work with many medium and sized banks that had any of the characteristics that we saw. And you mentioned, you know, a long position in long-term securities that was underwater, along with a very unstable deposit base made up mostly of uninsured deposits. And in the case of Silicon Valley.
okay, so this
Bank,
is
there
a
was
bear
lot
flag
of
on SPY. This is a bear flag on
similar
SPY.
private equity and venture capital and hedge fund
Bear flag, very easy to
companies
see,
where
very
they
easy to
all just
spot.
pulled
This
their
is
money
going to
out
be
at the same
breaking
time. So it
down,
was a bank run,
not
which
financial
bank runs
advice.
are very destructive whenever they happen. So we looked for that
Okay,
pattern.
yeah,
We
and
worked with
also follow
companies
me on the
who
Facebook,
had
y'all,
that,
please,
any
and
aspect
thank
of that
you.
pattern. And you know, we were successful, I think,
I'm going to
in not
share
having that
my-
crisis spread very broadly, and that was a good thing. Looking forward, though, we need to
Link.
not forget that lesson and make sure that funding bases are stable, and that we're
Facebook.com/StealthDataZero1.
focused on the basics of banking, which is credit risk, interest rate risk, liquidity risk.
Gentleman's time has
Thank
expired.
thank you, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, let me ask you a quick monetary policy question and then turn to bank regulation and treasury market structure. I know hindsight is 20/20, but it's important to learn from mistakes, as you know, and you've conceded that the Fed miscalculated on inflation and mischaracterized inflation as transitory in 2021, 2022 time period. Given that inflation remains stuck above the Fed's 2% target, will you commit to scrapping the flexible average inflation targeting framework? And if not, why wouldn't you commit to returning just to a simple 2% target?
So we're just we're just beginning the review. It'll be done, as I mentioned, by the end of the summer, and that's the exact question we'll be asking. I can't commit to a particular outcome. I need to respect the process and the views of the other 18 participants on the FOMC.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I just hope that in that process, that you and your colleagues recognize that
GameStop,
framework
unfortunately,
allowed
is going to be
rising
coming
inflation
down
to
for the
persist
gap
and allowed
fill.
the Fed to
It's
mislabel
just
it
inevitable at this
as
point.
transitory. Let me turn to
And
bank
AMC
regulation.
somehow up
In
2%.
October of last year, I led
While
a
GameStop is down,
bipartisan
AMC holding key level
to
of
Basel,
3 of
Switzerland, met with
36.
the Basel Committee on Bank Supervision.
Boom, baby.
And there, the committee actually conceded to us, agreed with me, that the Michael Barr proposal of July 2023 actually gold-plated bank capital requirements, and instead of actually promoting international harmonization, actually made American banks less competitive. They conceded that to us.
Okay,
So I
here
applaud
is
the
my
Fed for not moving
Facebook.
forward on that July 2023 proposal that would have made it harder
and
for
add
large
me
banks
on Facebook. I need
to,
all
among
my
other things,
Twitter or
facilitate
Facebook
the
friend-
smooth
or
functioning of
YouTube
the U.S.
friends
Treasury market,
come
including
over to
holding
Facebook.
treasuries on the balance sheet. Couple questions. One is,
Your boy got too
should the
many
goal
randoms,
of
and I
our
need
bank
more of
capital rules,
spam
should it
on
be
there.
regulatory harmonization internationally, or should it be American economic competitiveness?
I mean, clearly, the goal is to have a strong banking system that supports American economic activity and growth. That's the
I don't
ultimate
know
goal.
what GameStop is
What you
doing,
get from Basel.
but
is
unfortunately, it
a
looks like the
global
gap fill is
floor
calling.
So that the other banks
So
can't.
we're gonna
can't
have
run
to
on
come
less
down and
capital
fill that
sort
gap.
of
And
have
then
a short-term
Amy
advantage. That was the
is
whole
making
point
like
of
a
Basel,
bull
was to get
flag. This is
everybody
bullish.
to the same kind of level so that it wouldn't be the
SPY
race to
is
the
very
bottom.
easy
I
to
see that
call. SPY will
utility,
be
but I think
falling.
the
And once
goal
SPY
of our
loses
regulatory system should be America
694, it will
first,
dump even
and it should
harder.
be
I told you guys, watch out
American
for
economic growth and
inflation.
competitiveness. But let's talk about the Treasury
I told you guys,
market
watch out for the
issues.
inflation
Obviously, we're
data,
issuing a
which
ton of debt
obviously
right now.
dropped
In
and
fact,
tanked the
according to
market.
BlackRock, we're issuing $573 billion of Treasury bonds every week. To put that in perspective, the entire national
Oh,
debt of
wow.
Australia is $573 billion.
Inflation
So we're issuing
increased in a
Australia
big
every
way.
week in this country.
Oh,
if
we
you wanna
have to
think of it
talk
that
about
way.
this, fam.
Would reduce
We have to talk about this. Inflation increased in a big way, ladies and gentlemen. This is massive. So inflation is actually going up, and this is more proof that we do have stagflation, as I was saying. You can see that we have dude, this is insane. So year over year inflation went up. Month over month went up. Core inflation year over year went up. And core inflation month over month went up, bro. All of the inflation data increased, bro. Oh my God, bro. This is crazy. And people want to say the economy's good, dude. All of the core inflation data just increased, ladies and gentlemen. We have stagflation. It's legitimate. The market should not be this high, dude. The market should not be this high, bro. And that's why we're seeing shit like this. That's why the market's showing such unhealthy signs. Dude, the market's finna tank, bro. SQQQ to the moon, bro. Wait, what the heck? Where's my sound? Sound cue.
There were a decision by the Congress and DOJ or whatever to repeal the CFPB, we could return the consumer protection law enforcement function to other financial regulators.
You could, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well, and would like to associate myself with the comments of the ranking member. And Mr. Powell, I would like to compliment you for standing up to the president, for literally preserving the independence of the Fed. It was one of those pivotal moments in time. It would have been more than your simply resigning. It would have been the president taking control of the Fed.
Oh my
One
God,
of his
so horrible.
Pluto puppets. Mr.
Oh,
Powell,
puppets. You guys know all
I'd like
about
to
that.
speak to you now about the process of collecting tariffs. When the tariff is collected, at what point does that actually happen? If we impose a tariff, product is coming into the country, where is that tariff collected?
Great question. I'm not an expert on that. I'm going to say the Customs Bureau collects it, but I stand to be corrected by anyone who.
I believe you're correct. That's what my research reveals. Permit me to extend this. When it is collected, it goes into a coffer.
Inflation data just
I
went
believe
up,
we
y'all.
call that coffer the general fund.
Market is a lie.
Is this correct?
I don't know, actually.
It does. The tariff goes into the general fund. A tariff is another way of saying tax, I believe, for many people. Is that a fair statement?
It is sometimes characterized as a tax.
So if the president imposes a tariff, which is a tax, and the tax is collected by some entity before it actually, on the product before it gets into the country, then the president is putting tax dollars
This is called
into a general
stagflation.
fund such that they may at some point, and these dollars, by the way, are coming from the consumer, at some point, they may be used to cover some of the appropriations of this very House that the president has enormous control over. So in a sense, what the president can do is aid with the payment of what he would call a tax break, but aid with putting dollars in the pockets of his billionaire buddies that he collects on the tariff that the people in this country ultimately have to cover. I think that the president, while he seems to always avoid the question of how the tariffs are going to be dispersed, he knows that he can, at some point, use that money to help pay the taxes that he plans to return to his billionaire buddies. I think that's a very sinister way of doing business, to require the consumer to fund tax breaks. I think this president knows what he's doing. I think he believes that the very wealthy need more to do more, and that the poor can do more with less.
Did you guys see the anglerfish?
Agree with it, and I will do all that I can to prevent it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance.
Did you guys see the anglerfish video?
Texas, Mr. Williams, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and over here, Mr. Powell, thank you. Good to see you.
How are you?
All right. The Federal Reserve recently withdrew from the network for greening the financial system, stating that its work had extended beyond the Fed's statutory mandate. While I agree with this decision, I still have concerns with how previous Fed policies may have discouraged lending to traditional energy sectors like oil and gas, and it should not be the role of the government and the Federal Reserve to be in the business of picking winners and losers. So my question is, can you clarify whether the Fed will ensure that financial institutions are not pressured to making lending decisions based on political or climate considerations rather than sound financial risk analysis?
I confirm that is not our policy. That would be inappropriate, and that absolutely not something we should be doing.
Okay, thank you. The Basel Committee on Banking Supervision intended for the Basel III Endgame proposal changes to be implemented in a capital-neutral manner to ensure a level playing field for U.S. banks. Following this intent, the previous Federal Reserve Vice Chair for Supervision initiated implementation efforts with capital neutrality in mind. However, his successor politicized the process, imposing harsher requirements that exceeded BS recommendations. And this approach not only made the proposal more difficult for banks and their customers, but also weakened U.S. banks' global competitiveness. Ultimately, he took his eye off the ball and went in the wrong direction. So, Mr. Chairman, will the Federal Reserve commit to conducting a more thorough economic impact analysis before finalizing any capital requirements to ensure that they do not hinder economic growth?
Yes.
Regulatory overreach disproportionately impacts community and regional banks, which do not pose systematic or system risk, for yet they face many of the same capital and compliance requirements as the largest institutions. So many of these banks serve as lifelines for small businesses, rural communities, and the first-time home buyers. And it's key for the Federal Reserve to protect these institutions and ensure that they are not subject to one-size-fits-all regulations. So, Mr. Chairman, what steps is the Federal Reserve taking to ensure that new regulations do not force consolidation in the banking industry, therefore make it a little harder for smaller institutions to compete?
So like everybody else, we see the consolidation that's happened really over the last 30, 40 years, and community banks going out of business, and just fewer and fewer banks. And we know that may be happening due to technology and various things, but we and also just people moving to cities and away from rural areas. But we don't want our regulation to in any way foster that. So we try hard, I try as hard as we can to make sure that we're not letting the heavier regulation that we apply to the GSIBs and even to the regionals slip down to smaller institutions that are serving their community and generally doing a good job at that. And we try hard to do that. This is tailoring. It's very much of a basic value that we have, and it's also what we're instructed to do under the law. And I won't say we're perfect, but we do keep this in mind.
Well, I'd like to say thank you for being here. It's good to see you. And with that, I yield my time back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back the balance this time. The chair turns to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to our very capable and courageous ranking member. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so SPY losing key level right now. SPY confirms 697 as resistance. That's going to be very bearish SPY.
Disemboweled over the last 10 days or so.
Zelly Zen in the building, Nana Ape in the building, Black in the building, Steve in the building.
There may not be much.
No problem, homie, I got you.
Here on the Hill in certain quarters, but
I appreciate you,
there are
homie,
two things that I want to ask you about. You know, rules over at CFPB must be.
Oh, you deserve more than the 45, brother. You deserve more than the 45.
Right now, there
but
is
just
no
keep
system
grinding, bro. You're going to get more money. The more you follow, the more money you will make, bro. Just stay tuned, stay focused, and keep your head on straight.
Other issues is that
DZ fam always making bread. We always
there
making
a
money together. You know how we do.
or are there
Homie just made a
regulatory
45
gaps,
bag. Learning his way, baby.
that-
Let's go.
you can see clearly that people can feel.
SQQQ
because
should
there
go a little
is
bit
essentially
higher.
no
But I
CFPB
did have an official
for the
play in the
first time
Discord, which
since
is
the
printing right now.
End of the Great Recession.
So
The SQQQ play I put
don't
in the
think we know
Discord is
where this
printing
comes
right
to
now.
rest. You may have seen last night that the administration nominated somebody to be the permanent head of the CFPB. So I don't know I'm not sure what the end intention is here. But if you assume that it goes away, then yeah, there would be a gap. But there wouldn't be any federal agency that can examine banks above 10 billion, whether they're state member banks or state non-member banks or national banks. That would be the case. But I'm not sure we know what the end game really is here.
In terms of regulatory gaps that are created when the agency was essentially shut down. Now, I'm assuming that there's been somebody appointed to complete the murder of the CFPB. And so if I'm correct, that means that there are some there have to be, or either they've been tricking us all these years that they were not doing any regulations. But that's my political position. I was very proud in my community to get the Hispanic Chamber and the Black Chambers to come together. We got a building, they're functioning, big celebration all across my congressional district in Missouri. And then, about 2 weeks ago, I started getting these phone calls, as I think many of us on both sides of the aisle have received. About 64% of small businesses have invoices unpaid for more than 60 days. And the Fed now, the Fed's...
So inflation is going up. Oh, look at Amy. I told you guys if we hold that 36. Bro, I'm telling you guys, the market's getting ready to fall something hard. And Amy getting a fit to do some shit, bro. It's our time, baby. It's our time, baby. It's our time, baby. It's our time, baby.
Fed now adoption for financial institutions.
So it's coming along, as was the case with ACH back in the day. It takes quite a while. There's investment that has to take place on the part of banks, and so we're working with with a lot of small and medium-sized banks to get them comfortable with the requirements of FedNow, so that this can build up over time. It's it's something that we expected to be slow in terms of uptake, and it has been a bit slow.
Well, is technology adoption a barrier for smaller community banks and mission-based lenders?
Yes, it is, and so we work with there are non-bank service providers that do reach out and do a good job with smaller institutions, and we encourage that. Those institutions can't actually have direct access, but their business is they have.
Okay, now RSI getting to that overbought territory, but she's pushing.
Show them how to do this, and there's a lot of that going on, so, and we encourage that.
Thank you. Let me just say,
Dude, everything's coming to fruition, dude. The inflation's going up. The GDP's going down.
Republicans and Democrats, and whether
GDP's
they're
going down.
Republican,
Inflation's going up.
independent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Stagflation, dude. The recession is coming.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for 5 minutes.
Not that I want a recession to
Thanks
come,
for
but
joining
a
us today,
recession is
Chairman
coming,
Powell.
and it's
First, I
gonna
wanna
bring the
reflect
market down.
On our hearing on February 24th here in this same room.
This is crazy. Everything's coming to
via Zoom
fruition.
for a lot of people because it was.
Wow, I told you guys Amy was pinning a
And during
blow.
my 5 minutes, you felt confident.
Rally incoming.
Under control.
Benjamin gifted
and
one
it didn't
new
get issued
membership.
despite a very large increase in the supply of money. We talked about M2. In a subsequent meeting, frankly, in my office, we discussed Milton.
That's gonna
Friedman's
put us at
line,
one
30
brand new
20
member
in
for the
depth.
day, man. I
We
appreciate
believed
you,
that it was
Benjamin.
no
Let's
longer
go.
that inflation would not hit consumers. We debated asset prices during the hearing, and you claimed that the Federal Reserve's massive purchases of treasuries did not distort the market. Lastly, during the Biden administration, you were actively calling for more fiscal stimulus at times. And at some point along the way, more dollars chasing fewer goods seems to have actually resulted in higher prices. All of these things, inflated money supply, inflated asset prices, inflated consumer prices.
Let's fucking go!
The actual outcomes have your views changed?
Well, I think we've learned a lot, but maybe not the lessons you think. But I do think we've learned a lot from the situation.
Fam.
We and
Look at her
essentially all of
go.
mainstream macroeconomics thought
I tried to tell all the haters, bro. And homie's been a member for
what that meant was
18
it would
months,
go
bro.
fairly quickly as the supply
This is
side
why
of
I
the
will always hold it down for people like that. That's why I'm
didn't.
always going to
It
hold it
actually
down
did go
forever
away
for
and
people like that,
substantially for those
supporting me
reasons.
for 18
And
fucking
to that
months.
point, you
Almost
felt
2
like in the
years,
fall
y'all.
that it was going away,
Bro's been
things
holding
were
it
going-
down. Steady
going to be under
membership has
control,
not let
and
it
you had
slip at
achieved your
all.
soft landing.
Bro's been making sure his
The
shit
market
is on
pretty
point.
quickly spoke. I mean, frankly,
for
rates went up
18
over
months,
100
bro.
basis points where you guys were going down.
Without Benjamin, we
And
wouldn't
now,
be
in
here,
today's
man.
Reports, we see that inflation's actually trending
Thank
up
you for
quite a
the
bit
18 months,
from where
bro.
it was in the
That's
fall.
crazy.
So again, would you, in light of the facts, would you
No.
reassess what you're doing?
No, you didn't, bro.
With central planning.
You're right.
No,
that,
you didn't.
Long-term rates went up, but they did not.
Homie just
because
came in hot with the 20 gifted.
It's actually different things.
What a legend.
Look at markets.
Dude, get the hype in the chat for the 20 fucking gifted, dude.
The markets don't believe there's increased risk with massive fiscal spending in the market, and they're not demanding a higher premium because there's more risk.
Let's fucking
More risk,
go.
yes, but not more risk of it's not mainly about.
And when you
higher
see asset price inflation and rate inflation, doesn't that result in consumer price inflation?
I try to tell everybody it was coming, man. I try to let them know, bro. I literally said a rally was coming. Benjamin showing love because I told everybody a rally was coming.
certainly
Appreciate you,
influence
Benjamin. I
inflation.
appreciate you,
And
bro.
if they don't influence
20
the
gifted,
inflation,
that's actually
why do
insane.
you
That's
guys try to steer
dude,
inflation
that's
by
so
controlling
much,
the
bro.
rates?
Thank you.
I mean, the reality is you've got
That's so
pressure
great, dude. I'm
from the
so
president to
grateful,
lower
bro. Thank
rates.
you, bro. I
Are
appreciate
you. Going to be able
dude.
to get lower
20
inflation
gifted
with
is
lower interest rates?
insane. SPY getting a little bit of a bounce. Could be coming up for a retest of the bear flag.
High levels to 2.6% last year. My colleagues and
I think
are
SPY is going to
holding
continue down, not
where we
financial
are,
advice.
awaiting further evidence of inflation.
A lot of the data that you guys are looking at lag, just like when you said it was 1.4% and everything's fine. I think a lot of people said it's not fine. You got to go out and talk to regular people, and constituents in Southwest Ohio, just like all over the country, aren't saying
AMC
they're
up
fine, and they
5%
might
on the
know
day
that
right
the rate
now.
of increase has slowed down a bit, but they know that the prices
What
are
the
going down.
fuck?
They're still getting hit pretty hard. And meanwhile, you guys still
Dude,
continue some of these
a
policies. Like
50
you're paying banks still not to put their
gifted.
capital at risk in the market. Interest on excess reserves going back prior to the 08
50
financial
gifted
crisis,
and a
you didn't even
20
pay banks for reserves. Now you're
gifted,
paying them for an
ladies and
unlimited amount of
gentlemen.
reserves that they want to hold on it. To what extent is
Yo.
that distorting the market by pulling capital out of the market?
Raul, bro.
None.
Raul with the
You're
50
right, though. People are
fucking
unhappy
gifted
with the
dog.
level. You know, and
What
that's
a
we need is 4 years of
absolute
real wages moving
legend,
higher
ladies and
inflation.
gentlemen. Make
Okay,
sure
so if
you
they're having
drop
no
hype in
impact
the
at
chat
all,
for
why is
both
the Fed
Benjamin
paying
and
the
Raul
interest?
Arbo.
What is the
Raul
rationale for
Arbo
policy?
and
Is it
Benjamin.
monetary policy or is it
Thank
regulatory
you
policy?
so
Because as
much
Chairman Barr pointed
for
out,
your
you
generosity.
guys
And
are
if you just got
effectively
gifted a
gold-plating the
membership, bro,
standards.
please thank
The
Benjamin
US is actually
and
holding
Raul,
way
bro,
more
right now.
reserves than we're required to. And part of that is IOER.
Wow.
So what's your question?
If it's
Yo,
not
Hitman,
distorting
make
the
sure you
market,
have gifted enabled. I don't know how you didn't
what's
get
the
hit,
purpose
bro.
for doing it? What if it has no impact on the market? why
Dude,
are you
so
doing it?
many
It's the
gifted.
way- It's the way we control.
That's gonna
the
put
way
us
we
at
exercise
55 new members
control
off rip.
in the market. I didn't say it
Because
doesn't.
it has an impact. And
57
so
new,
I will have
60
questions
new
for the
members,
record, and I
dude.
yield.
60 brand new members
yields
right
back.
now.
Chair recognizes
60
gentleman
brand
from
new
Vermont.
members. It's still going. YouTube's trying to catch up. 210 people in the building right now. 210 people in the building. We're popping off, baby.
The Fed over the last 7 years, which I've had the pleasure of being here that entire time. Under both Republican and Democratic presidents.
We got the
through an
Fed speech going on right now. Fed speech going on.
pandemic
We just
and
got
certainly
brand new
uncertain
gifteds,
economy.
baby, dropping.
Your
Shit is crazy
apolitical
right now.
guidance
Shit
a
is
testament
wild.
to the historic
Thank you all so much for your
independence
appreciation.
of the Federal
218 in
Reserve,
the building.
which is
Let's
absolutely
go.
essential for you to carry out your mandate.
Make sure you hit that
Keep
like button
prices
and
stable
subscribe.
achieve maximum unemployment. Over the last few years, inflation, as we all have
We just got a
witnessed,
bunch of
has
new
come down
followers,
from a high of
15,536.
9.1% in 2022 to about 2.8%. During your tenure under President Biden, we saw the unemployment rate drop to a staggering 3.4% in 2023. Its lowest rate that we've seen in some 55 years. And now it sits at around 4.1%, which is still low by historic standards. Although the economy has a way to go, and American families, as we've heard,
Let's
throughout
go,
today, are
baby.
still struggling
AMC's
to
not
pay
going to
for
stop.
expensive
When the market
groceries,
falls,
gas,
AMC
and
will really pop. Just watch.
It is truly remarkable what
Just
the
watch.
Fed has managed to achieve over the last.
I called the bottom for
3 years.
AMC. I
Chairman
told you
Powell,
guys we'd
I
bottom
have
at
sat on this committee. You and I have
296,
frequently
302. I
discussed
told
the
you we'd bottom. We
importance
came
of
down to
representation
295
in
and then
the
got the
Federal
bounce
Reserve
exactly as
and the
predicted,
benefits
ladies and
of
gentlemen.
recruiting the best and the brightest that this
Lock in
country
for some of
has
the
to
best
offer
TA.
by broadening the talent pool.
GameStop
The Fed
getting a
has
little
been
bit of a
great
bounce off of
partner to this
25.67.
committee on this issue, which, as everyone knows, has been very
SPY pushing
personal
back
to
up
me.
for bear flag, potentially
However,
coming up
the
for a
White House
retest, could get pushed
recently
further down. I
attacked
think SPY's
on
going to
these
continue
very
down in my
basic
personal opinion.
concepts
But
are
SPY is
incredibly
falling as
concerning to
predicted.
me, as many of my
Rising wedge after rising wedge after
I'm
rising
just gonna
wedge,
ask
multiple
you
rising
a
wedges.
few, questions, and you may answer
I told
them
you
for the
guys
sake
the
of
the
time.
technicals will
Yes
tell you what's
or
going to
no.
happen before it happens.
Will the Fed continue to follow existing law as passed by Congress that requires all financial institutions,
AMC is going up
foreign
because liquidity is
recovery
about to dry
and
up, y'all. I'm telling
enforcement
you guys, we're moving
agencies
into
to
that point,
maintain
and
offices dedicated to recruiting from abroad?
because of inflation going up even higher, we're getting closer and closer and closer to that point where you're going to see something break. Something is going to break. It's not okay right now. This is not okay, okay? Something is going to break. Benjamin with a 2 as well. Making sure we get a super chat in this bitch. We got 70. Bro, this is crazy. This is actually crazy, man. 207 people in the building, 71 new members, already 70 likes, and Benjamin just dropped a 2-piece. Y'all are wild. Thank you guys so much for everything, man. I appreciate y'all. Right now, shares available to short. They have 3.8 million for AMC. They're literally saving them, bro.
Thank you. Do you agree that these recruitment programs at their core do in fact prioritize merit and skill and simply expand the pool of candidates being considered?
Yes.
Do you agree that the Federal Reserve has directly and concretely benefited from initiatives to attract, hire, and retain a highly skilled and diverse workforce?
I do.
As I mentioned at the top, the United States economy has come a long way since the pandemic and peak inflation, but hardworking families still are struggling. Last night, I was in a store, night before last, eggs here in Washington, D.C., $14.99. So I am concerned about how recent policies from the executive branch would impact the Fed's dual mandate. We're seeing reports of course, from the Department of Government Efficiency's attempt to conduct.
Okay,
massive
Amy
layoffs.
holding the line, baby.
These
Amy holding the
policies,
line.
Whether you agree with them or not, affect the
Dude,
labor
50
market,
gifted and 20
unemployment in the
gifted
United
is
States
actually
economy.
crazy. And
How
homie
does the
dropped a
Fed
2-piece, making
plan
sure we got a
to
super
achieve
chat as well.
maximum
216 in the
employment
building.
under
Y'all are
these,
crazy.
circumstances.
We have 170 million people in the labor force, so these are, it would affect the numbers technically, but it's not clear that it would be material.
Okay. Thank you, and my time is up. I yield back. And thank you again for being here.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thank you for being here. Before I ask my questions, I want to spend just a moment on data privacy. I find it very ironic that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and the ranking member in her remarks take a sudden interest in data privacy, and especially information regarding individuals' transactions, when in the IRA bill, they worked very hard to force banks to report the financial transactions of individuals at $600. However, data privacy is something that I have been very serious about since I've been here. I've been fighting the Securities Exchange Commission with their unconstitutional acquisition of PII from individual investors. We're attempting to reform and modernize the bank secrecy.
Yo,
Act
GameStop's
to
also
limit
trying to
the
recover a
amount
little
of
bit here.
information taken from individuals.
SPY still
And,
showing signs of weakness.
You know, they often turn a blind eye to the abuses.
Yes,
by the
today was
CFPB,
today's a
but
very
it's
good
encouraging
day.
to know that they're finally interested in
Very good day, man.
in
And I
some
appreciate
level
all of
data
you guys.
privacy.
Thank you so much, man.
I bring that up because there's
Every
something
day
about,
that I can wake
data
up and
data
do this, I'm
security I wanna
grateful.
ask
So
you
I
about.
appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so
The
much
U.S.
for being here.
Department of Justice
228
announced
in
that
the
it was
building right
prosecuting
now.
a senior Federal
71
Reserve
new
official
members
for
is
economic
insane. Make sure you hit
espionage.
that like button if you're enjoying the
just came
stream.
out
If you
in
find it
the
educational, entertaining,
days.
hit that like button and
This
subscribe. You already
economist
know
who
what it is.
apparently had access to sensitive monetary policy documents
536
allegedly
subscribers. Got a bunch
provided
of new
non-public
subscribers.
information to representatives of the Chinese Communist Party. And I know you're limited in what you can share about this case in a public setting, but to say that I'm concerned would be
as others be an understatement. In what you can share with us, if you will, please answer a few of these questions. Do you know what kinds of sensitive, non-public information would this individual have access to in his role at the Federal Reserve?
Him personally, no, I don't. I mean, honestly, I really don't know the facts of the case, and I couldn't comment, but.
Okay. Just assuming certain types of information from the role he's in, is there any idea if information was provided to the CCP, what advantages would that give them?
AMC up 5%
Without
today.
knowing what it is,
I told you guys
can
Green
tell you
Week
what
for
staffers
AMC.
generally
I
get,
told you
which
Red
is
Week for SPY.
The economic analysis that we do.
Green Week
in
for
advance
GameStop.
of An FOMC meeting.
Green Week for AMC,
know,
baby. We are on
In
track.
modern central banking, we try to be
3 for
transparent.
3 right now.
I don't wanna
Hit that
sound
like
I'm
button and
dismissing
subscribe.
things which we take very, very seriously. Just
We're 3 for 3.
but we really, the truth is, what we have that is secret is knowledge of what we're going to do in the future. And in modern central banking, the whole idea is to be.
Don't listen to John. Do not listen to John.
nonetheless,
AMC is
we take
not
this
going
case
back
very
down. That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, and
They
I
want you to be
appreciate it.
conditioned to
It's
think
not
that.
adversarial at
Ladies
all.
and gentlemen,
We're
this
just
is
trying
the
to get
bottom, okay?
what
Like I said it
possibly
was.
the Chinese could have
And
done
we are
made
going to
money
continue moving to the
with
upside towards these gap fills.
Of course,
There's
if
2
you're
gap fills to the
unaware of
upside
the
for
type of
AMC.
information to
Make
access
sure you
to,
just
you
trust
can
the
answer
charts,
that
the facts,
question,
and the
but
data. Do not listen
Does
to
the
the
Federal
noise.
Reserve have an insider threat program
Do
designed
not
to
listen to the
combat this
noise.
kind of espionage?
So we have very, very strict information handling requirements. We do background checks on every Federal Reserve employee when we start those before they start working there. We do everything we can on this, but
Obviously, certain things do happen and people slip through the crack. Do you see that does this open the door for a more strategic analysis of the Federal Reserve and how to protect critical economic information?
yeah, I do think that, once we see this unfold a little bit and know what the facts are, I think we'll absolutely look and make sure that our controls and that employees understand the consequences of this, and I think they do. But, with a few thousand employees, there's going to be one sometimes that breaks the rules, and I can't in this case, but.
Dude, you
I
guys are
understand it's
awesome,
sensitive,
man.
but as
Thank you
things
so
move
much,
forward, I'd
man. You
ask
guys
if
are
you
amazing.
could,
50
at
and
some
20
point,
gifted
share
is
with
just
me and
crazy.
this
That's going to put us at
committee
71
more
new members.
information so we can work with you to make sure that
I don't know how to thank you guys enough.
our nation's
Thank you so much.
policies are kept just to those, more so kept away from our adversaries. And with that,
Be glad to do that.
AMC just keeps
Gentleman
going
yields
up
back.
day after
Gentleman
day.
from California, Mr. Vargas, the ranking member on our Monetary Policy Task Force, recognized for 5 minutes.
And it's going to keep
Thank you very
going.
much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, thank you. I don't want to insult you in any way, but I hear you're a deadhead.
I'll own up to that.
So I assume that with a few words, oftentimes you would know one of the songs of the Grateful Dead. So I'm going to give you here a quote to see if you know who.
Oh, my God, dude.
Who said
Stop.
this?
Stop it.
The
Stop.
risk of a dispute over the position could be a distraction.
It's funny that crypto's picking up while the market's falling,
said
too. That's
No, I
crazy.
Michael Barr did.
People are fleeing to Bitcoin for safety.
And I would be remiss if I didn't say and mention that what
People are going to Bitcoin for safety.
Governor Barr did was.
I'm telling you guys,
recently
things
was
are
very
changing.
Selfless and noble.
And I was right the whole time, and I knew
The
ahead of
rest that
time,
quote,
and that's
by
why
the
I'm going to
way,
be positioned
is
so well.
In the current environment, I've determined
It's just
that
a
would
matter
be
of time,
more
baby. I knew
effective in
it.
serving the American people from my role
It feels
as
good
a
to be
governor.
validated.
So I think he himself took the position that it would be a distraction to continue in that role. I personally think he's a person of great distinction that always managed himself in a way that was appropriate, and I appreciate the role that he played. I didn't always agree with him. He was always agreeable and certainly was able to communicate with him our disagreement. And again, I just want to thank him because I think what he just did is what a lot of people can't do, and that is make a decision that for the betterment of the situation that we're in for our country, he would purposely do something that wasn't necessarily beneficial to him personally. But anyway, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank him. But since I am asking tough questions, I do want to ask you another tough question. See if you know this one. Do you know what the Ponte del Sospiri is?
I do not.
Okay. You might know it in English. It's called the Bridge of Sighs. Are you familiar with the Bridge of Sighs?
Rings a bell. I can't.
Okay. In Venice, the Doge, who was the leader of Venice, had a palace. And across the palace, he had his prison. And oftentimes, a prisoner would be taken into the palace and interrogated in a very rough way, and then be tortured, and then after he confessed to something he normally didn't do, he would have to walk over the bridge and then into the dungeon, and oftentimes die there. However, before he completed the task of crossing the bridge, there are 2 windows there, and he would stop at the windows, and he'd look out over the magnificent city of Venice, and it's the last time, oftentimes, that person would get to see Venice. And so he'd sigh, and that's why it's called the Bridge of Sighs, the Ponte del Sospiri. The reason I bring that up is I think a lot of Americans feel that way right now, that they're crossing this bridge, and maybe it's the last time they've seen the beautiful America that we've had. And they're worried. They're worried about the usurpation of powers. They're worried about the balance of powers. Now, I was very proud of you when you stood up and said, I can't be fired. The president can't fire me. I'm staying. Can anyone up here fire you?
Anyone up
Yeah.
there? No single person can.
No single person can, right? I hope you continue with that independence, because I think at this moment is very important. Someone mentioned it earlier, and I think it is very, very important. So, with that out of the way, I did want to talk about the dual mandate, especially the employment issue. For a lot of people in America, their job really is the most important thing for them. Not even their investment, their job. And that's why employment is such an important position, I think, and so important to be part of the dual mandate. Are you looking at changing in any way the dual mandate?
So we don't have that authority. That's
Who has the authority to do that?
Congress.
Only Congress?
Yes. Well, Congress would have to pass a bill, which would be signed by the president.
Say that again, sorry?
Congress would need to pass a bill to change the dual mandate that the president signs.
That's right. And so I hope that you maintain your independence, and at the same time, follow the law, that there's a dual mandate. And that's, I think, very, very important to most Americans. And with that, again, I thank you for your service. I thank Michael Barr for service. I know he's going to continue to serve. I know he'll serve honorably like he always has. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. We recognize the gentleman from Middle Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill and Ranking Member Waters, for holding the hearing today, and thank you, Chair Powell. Always good to see you here with us. Chair Powell, you may recall the last time we spoke, I brought up the issue of credit risk transfers, CRTs, and urged you to allocate more resources to ensure that that framework applicants were receiving decisions from the Federal Reserve. I've recently heard back from stakeholders that they are receiving decisions from the Federal Reserve regarding CRT applications. I hope that the Federal Reserve team continues to be focused on cutting down the backlog so that financial institutions can take risk off their balance sheets. Thank you for that. However, I still have concerns that we are not fully optimizing
I want to
the
see
use of
GameStop hold
CRTs.
the 2567 if possible.
Mortgage risk, CRTs
Fund
have
protection team
successfully
trying to step
shifted
in. Listen,
risk from
inflation is going
taxpayers
higher,
to
dude. The
private
market has
capital,
to
including
fall. So
capital
just let the
markets and
market,
global
dude, the market
reinsurers.
has to fall,
While
bro.
government-sponsored
Inflation's
entities
going
have clearer
higher. The
regulatory
economy's
treatment
slowing
of the
down.
Federal Housing
Only
Finance
delusional
Agency,
bulls would still be buying
financial
the dip.
institutions lack
So
similar
just wait,
clarity,
just wait
particularly
for it,
under
y'all.
Basel
Just wait
III.
for it. Not
I
financial
understand that
advice.
The Federal Reserve has begun
The
to
market
provide
will
guidance, but
fall.
more is needed to ensure that financial institutions
Gotta
can
wait for it though.
effectively
Bitcoin coming back
manage
up. I love to see it.
stay
People are definitely
competitive
coming into
globally,
Bitcoin for
and serve
safety.
their customers.
Today is
Chair
a
Powell, do
very
you
interesting
believe
day.
that there should be
Bitcoin
greater
definitely coming back up right
alignment
now.
in CRT treatment between
231 in the
banks
building.
and GSEs?
That's a great question. I will take your feedback back. I don't-
231
honestly, I don't
in
know
the
answer to
building
that.
right now. We're popping off
And
crazy.
I just wonder
81
what
likes.
steps
Yo, hit the
is or
like
could
button.
the
Let's get
Federal
100
Reserve
likes on
take
this
to
live stream.
clarify and harmonize capital
700
rules to
views
promote
already, baby.
financial
Let's go.
stability and competitiveness in this space.
Again, I'll take back your feedback, and that is our objective, is to be timely and thoughtful in that work.
3.8 million shares available to short AMC.
2024, Synapse
3 million available to short
Financial
GME.
Technologies, a fintech company that provided
Yo!
service solutions,
Oh,
filed for
fuck!
Chapter 11
Dude!
bankruptcy. This
It's
event
happening.
significantly impacted its partnerships with various fintech firms and banks, including Evolve Bank and Trust. To this day, I have constituents in Tennessee's 6th District who are not able to access thousands of dollars of their funds, and there has been no communication regarding the timeline for resolution. Chair Powell, since the Federal Reserve Board is a supervisor of the Evolve Bank and Trust, could you provide any updates on what you are doing to ensure that my constituents receive their funds and the expected timeline for them to receive their funds?
So as their supervisor, as you point out, we've been pressing that bank to get money back to their customers, and we're actively engaged with the bank as they take steps to do so and return that money. We're deeply
AMC
concerned
cost
about
of
the
borrow
complaints that we've heard
spiking.
and aware of concerns raised during the bankruptcy proceedings. And to the extent there are violations of law, we'll follow up on that.
Thank you again. And are there any specific steps that my constituents could take to expedite the process or ensure that they receive their rightful balances?
I'll have to come back to you on that. There may be, I don't have anything for you, though, on that today.
Thank you. And Chair Powell, is there anything else that the Federal Reserve Board is considering
AMC
to
cost of borrow
prevent
spiking
situations such as this on a
1.37%,
going
huge
forward
spike in
basis?
cost of borrow.
Well, I think
This
when we
is
see
a
things,
very
you know,
bullish
it's a
time
lot of
for
pattern
AMC.
recognition, so we'll be looking to avoid
You can see
things
AMC's
like
up
this happening in the future.
4.23%. And I
All right,
called for
thank
this
you. I
rally.
think there has been a lack of
Hit the like button and
appreciation for
subscribe
the
to
work
get more
that
predictions and news for AMC.
President Trump has done to restore the American workforce. It is his example of calling federal employees back to the office that we are now seeing corporate
Okay,
America
SPY's about to get that
follow as well.
oversold
Chair Powell, as the
or
federal
oversold,
government and companies
overbought.
move
I'm
to
sorry,
end
overbought
work-from-home
RSI.
policies and
SPY's
bring
about to get that
employees
overbought
back to the
RSI.
office,
I do believe
how
SPY
do you
will pull back, not
anticipate this
financial
shift
advice.
will
I
impact
do believe
key
SPY will pull back,
economic
not
indicators
financial
such as
advice.
productivity, urban commercial real estate markets.
Yeah,
and
now we're
consumer
over
spending
1%. That's exactly what we wanted, especially after the
That's a really
float's
good
been
question.
diluted so much.
I'm not sure the
This is
answer.
very
You know,
this is bullish. This is a bullish sign.
I've always felt that I am personally more productive in the office, and that's where I work, except on weekends when I work at home. But in terms of productivity, I think there are different views. I know a lot of CEOs feel strongly that people are more productive in the office, and we'll just have to see. I also think, though, that, you know,
So we're
on the other
getting
side,
multiple bullish
work
indications
from
here
home
for
did
Amy.
allow very high levels of labor force participation among, for example, women. We had all-time record high participation by women. So I think there are benefits from work from home. I hope we continue to realize those.
Gentleman's time's
you.
expired. The
Okay,
gentleman
yield back.
from Illinois, the ranking member on our Financial Institutions Subcommittee, Mr. Bill Foster, 5 minutes.
Hi. Thank you, and thank you for everything you do. I'd just like to get some sort of level setting on what you've been facing in recent. It's my understanding that your Inspector General in the Federal Reserve has not yet been fired. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
AMC 344. We want to see AMC back over 350 if possible. GameStop holding key level 2567. SPY pushing to the upside. SPY has resistance at
nothing like that.
604.67. I'm expecting SPY to probably come up for a retest of one of these levels and then pull back. Not financial
Junior
advice.
personnel being given
You'll see something like this.
access to your systems, your technical systems.
Not financial advice. I'm not a
You're
financial
talking
advisor.
now about the payment systems that
No,
we
payment systems or other technical systems?
No.
Email systems?
No.
Anything like that?
None of that.
Okay, all right. So far, you've not suffered through what Treasury has. Have you had any inquiries from other central bankers or commercial bankers from around the world about, you know, what can we, uncertainty about whether the Federal Reserve will be able to continue doing its job if you suffer the same sort of intrusion that Treasury did?
I haven't, no.
So you haven't, they haven't called you up and said, what the heck is going on? You know, do we have to defend ourselves against, you know, unknown software being installed on the system? So,
I haven't had any such calls.
okay, all right.
Yeah, that's because China's been hacking a lot of
You know,
shit. Y'all don't
we've
even
also
realize
seen
it.
calls to, resumption of calls to audit the Fed, all right, which is, you know, as you can remember from that gentleman up on the wall there, this was a big theme of, And, first off, the Fed does get audited.
Okay, now the rally,
We are audited
the
in the
rally
sense that
is
everyone
going to
understands
continue,
that
ladies and
word
gentlemen.
to
This is just the
mean,
beginning.
Which is,
This is just the
Big
beginning.
Four accounting firm who looks at our books and gives us an opinion, does an audit, and publishes that opinion. That's all public.
Right, and it's my recollection there have never been any big problems uncovered in this.
No, we actually have quite a simple business model, although we
There
have a
is
large
no
balance sheet.
13F.
We're like a big community bank, only with no credit risk and very simple.
So in the ordinary sense, talk of auditing the Fed is
Fully
makes
audited.
no sense. It makes no sense.
There's
But
no
what was really
13F.
meant, certainly during the time when we were talking, a decade ago, I guess, it was really all about micromanaging Fed monetary policy, that they said we want to audit
The last thing that
the
came out was
monetary
this.
policy, which doesn't really make sense.
On
since it's a policy
2/12,
thing.
which is
Do you have
today.
any indication of whether the resumption of calls to audit the Fed will be, audits or some new effort to politically
What the fuck?
micromanage the
Title
monetary
of
policy?
class
I
securities.
have no way of knowing. Really, what it is the GAO is free to work on every area of
What
the
is
Fed
this?
except monetary policy, and does so. We have GAO reports, all over the place over many years, but they don't audit
What is
monetary
this?
policy. And what the threat would be if that were to go away, you'd have investigations into
What's a
decisions on monetary
13G,
policy,
dude?
and that would be a different thing. I think it was designed by its designer to.
I
be
think
a
this is
step
just
on the way to
solidifying
eliminating
that
the Fed.
That is
Goldman
correct. Yeah,
Sachs got
calls
the
to end
shares.
Fed came from the same wing of the Republican Party, and I guess still exists. I think we're up to something like 20 Republican sponsors of the end of the Fed bill.
I think this is just to say that
Let's
say
see,
that
I
Goldman
was sort of
Sachs got the
surprised to see
shares.
that
I don't think this
the word
is.
tariff only occurred twice in your monetary policy report, whereas if you look at financial trade journals, it's mentioned 5 times above the fold. And for those that read hard copies, so this must be a very hard thing for you to deal with, because as you're aware, Trump's tariffs and other trade policies put us in a manufacturing recession a year before COVID hit. And so this is not a small thing if these resume. But you have to sort of filter out the chaotic noise and the guidance that varies hour by hour or week by week. So how do you actually filter that? You say correctly that, well, let's wait to see what the actual policies are.
Article
But then that
69.
depends. If you listen, one day you get.
Dude, I
these
don't
are
even
the
know what a
actual
13G
policies.
is, to
And
be
how- at
honest
some
with you
point have
guys.
to
I
feed
think
these
that
into
it's
your-
showing
into
that
your macro
ownership's either
models
being
of-
changed,
of
but
what
I
happens,
think
and
somebody's
how do you do that
buying
filtering
stock.
when there's just so much random noise on the signal?
Well, I think it's straightforward now in the sense that no one knows pretty much what the exact policies will be. That's still evolving, and so you can't really take action. You can do analysis of various hypothetical things, and we've been doing a lot of that. But ultimately, it matters what happens. What's tariffed, for how long? Are there substitutes? There are many questions that will have to be answered, and even then, the question will be how much of that will transfer to the consumer. As you know, that can fall on the exporter, the importer, or the retailer, or the consumer.
In my case, manufacturers are on both ends of this.
Yeah,
Anyway,
so we really just don't.
So if that sort of analysis.
Gentleman's
could be
time has
come to
expired.
Congress, it would be great.
The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Powell. I appreciate you coming and addressing our body. In 2011, Vice Chairman Yellen made a statement about the concern about the long-term debt situation and the imbalance that we have with our budget. In the fourth quarter, when she made the statement, the federal debt held by the public was, as a percentage of GDP, was 64.75%. Now, the same debt to GDP as identified by CBO was 99% at the end of '24. Do you express the same concern that Ms. Yellen had about the severity of where we are with our continued long-term imbalance?
I have done so on many occasions. And essentially that the U.S., we're on an unsustainable path. And the debt level isn't unsustainable, but the path is sustainable, and certainly it's past time for Congress to work on that. But that's what I can say. I can't say more than that.
What do you think the benchmark would be? We're in the middle of the budget situation now, trying to debate particularly with reconciliation? What would you say is the benchmark that would
Bitcoin
ease?
is pushing up.
What level of
Bitcoin
cuts,
is
in your
pushing
opinion,
up.
would ease your concern over what we're doing? We're 37 trillion.
SPY is about to
now,
break down from the
but
bear flag, not
when
financial
you
advice.
add the agents, the mandatory spending we have on Social Security as examples, going bankrupt in 35, Highway Trust Fund running in balance. What level do you think will give you, I guess, some assurance that we're going to get our house in order?
So I don't have a specific number, it wouldn't be appropriate, but I will say this, in having looked at this, you know, the successful programs to get back on the right track, they tend to make progress over a long period of time. And in other words, you've got to get to a place where the economy is growing faster than the debt, and then you need to stay on that path for 20 years. This is not the kind of thing where we can fix it overnight. We just need to be making progress. And, you know, right now, we're running very large deficits at a time of full employment. So we need to start moving. You're either making progress or you're not. Right now, we're not. So the key thing is to just, you know, is for it to become a big issue, and then people work together. The things that need to be done are things that can only be done.
Yeah, SPY's maxing out. SPY's maxing out.
Things that need to be dealt with cannot be dealt with by one political party. I'll leave you with that.
It's going to be a tall order.
It is.
To get
The order
bipartisan.
only grows. It gets taller every year.
Yeah, it's.
SPY's
yeah, it
maxing
does.
out. Bear flag in play. This thing's going to fall, not financial
That's one of the
advice.
issues we're having now.
SPY still red on the day.
The
Looking at a red week
level of
here for
growth, you
SPY,
think,
red week
with
for
what
SPY,
President
green
Trump
week for
is doing
AMC,
with,
green week for GME as predicted.
giving Americans confidence with the Dose Commission, which is.
AMC is about to go over 350.
Giving
It's
Americans
about. It's
hope
going to
that
break
we-
350 today.
We're seeing things that are being spent of the taxpayers' dollars that we never imagined that we couldn't get to. Now he's exposing that. What level of growth do you think, with the confidence?
AMC is
growing
going to break 350 today,
under
dude.
Trump, that we will be able to reach this year and the years after? Because the 20 years you're talking about, we've got to
Yo,
have
make
a
sure you
pretty
follow
solid-
me.
it can't
Thank
be-
you for all of your intelligence. No, thank
gotta
you.
be-
Thank you guys.
Would you
Thank
say
you guys. I appreciate
1.8,
y'all. I couldn't be here without all of you guys
2%
watching and
growth,
paying attention and
GDP?
tuning in. So
You
thank
know,
all of you.
For a long
Without
time,
you guys, I wouldn't be
people
here.
thought that U.S. potential growth was a little bit below 2%. I think we've had we've had 5 years of good productivity growth, and we hope that'll continue. If that does continue, then it might be 2 or 2.25. If you're talking about long-term budget assumptions, though, I'd be conservative and say 2%.
You think that's doable?
2%, yes.
2% when we're
On another
going closer to
note,
4%.
the stress tests that banks run and that
50
public has
gifted is
been
still up
given
there. That's
information on
crazy.
everything but how that stress test relates to them. Why is it not further, why is it, most people don't understand what it is. Why is it
Okay,
not
so
broadcast more?
according to
in your
Marcus,
opinion?
it's
Why the stress test?
reporting when
Correct.
ownership is
the
over
theory from the
5%
beginning
of a
was,
stock. So yeah, it
was
shows
to
that Goldman Sachs owns
not to
owns
disclose
5% or
the
more of
whole
AMC.
models and the way that they worked, because in a way that felt like giving the test in advance. This was a brand-new initiative that started coming out of the global financial crisis, very successful generally, but over time, the
That's what I
argument for not
pretty much
giving away
figured.
the
It was like
models,
showing
giving the models
ownership.
out has, I think, weakened.
I'm actually
And
gonna
then also
post
the
about
law
this.
has moved. The Supreme Court has moved to reduce the level of deference given to agencies and increased our obligations to be transparent under the Administrative Procedure Act.
Yeah,
And
but
so
I
it's
told you
time-
guys
Gentleman's
big
time
money
has
was
expired.
buying. I literally told
Thank
you
you so
guys that.
much.
Big money was buying. You could
Thanks,
tell
gentleman. Gentleman
here.
yields back. The
This is
gentleman
all
from
smart money
Texas,
buying.
Ms.
Here,
Gonzalez, is
here,
recognized for 5 minutes.
here.
Thank you,
Anytime
Mr.
you
Chairman.
see these
And,
end of the
thank
day
you, Chairman
rallies,
Powell, for
rallies
joining
at the
us
end of
this
the
morning.
day, that's all smart money.
As you know, the United Kingdom, European Union, Mexico, Brazil, India, and Japan all allow non-bank payment
Follow
service
me on
providers
Facebook. Follow me
access
on
to their
Facebook if
instant
you guys
payment
don't mind. I'm trying to
services.
get some more
This allows
people over from YouTube to
improved
my
access to
Facebook.
liquidity for users by ensuring they can send and receive payments instantly without waiting multiple days to access their money. I believe this is especially important for those who have tighter cash flows, and for those sending payments to loved ones abroad, both which happens quite frequently in South Texas and across the country. With that in mind, does the Federal Reserve plan to allow non-bank payment service providers access to FedNow payment rail?
We don't plan
check
that
it
right
out.
now. What we really want to do is to have the consumer not care. You know, the consumer can have
So
access, but
AMC
our payment
actually
rails
just
go
got
through the
a
banks,
recent
and so you have to go through a bank.
13G filing.
So there's no plans on changing that?
This filing shows that a company owns more than
that I'm aware
5%
of.
of a stock. Guess
What,
who
getting
owns
on the
more than
consumer
5%?
price index,
Goldman
what consumer
Sachs,
price
the
index
person who
reading
recently
would
just
cause
got
you to
shares sold
cut
them.
rates? Is
Goldman
it 2%
Sachs
exactly,
owns
or is it
AMC
a
and it's
trend
holding
closer to
AMC
2%?
stock.
How much more movement
I
downward do
believe
you
we're
need
actually
to
setting up
see
for
in
something,
CPI
and we're
for
going to
the
see a
Fed
move to the upside in my personal
start looking
opinion,
in
and I think smart
at
money
rate
knows
cuts?
that as
So remember,
well,
we're looking
and
at
that's
two
why
things. We're
seeing
looking at the
Goldman
labor market
Sachs
and
own
inflation.
shares
And
of
so
AMC, and it
headline
is now
inflation last year was
official after the
2.6%.
CFPB.
And we've said, assuming the labor market remains solid and strong, we want to see further progress. We didn't actually make
I'm
much
live
progress on
covering
core
AMC,
PCE inflation
GME,
last.
SPY, and so much more. So make sure you hit the like button and subscribe to see all of these stocks and get predictions and news for all of them. I predicted a red week for SPY, a green week for GME, and a green week for AMC, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Like and subscribe. I also called the bottom of AMC.
Last year for reasons that I can explain, but nonetheless, the progress wasn't there. So we want to see a resumption of progress. I'm not going to put a really specific number on it. I mean, the truth is the economy is strong, the labor market's solid, and we have the luxury of being able to wait and let our restrictive policy work to get inflation coming down again, and that's what we're doing.
Is there any concern at the Fed that deporting millions of undocumented workers that do a lot of
Yeah,
crucial
AMC's gonna
work
break
in-
350 today.
in the agriculture industry,
AMC's gonna break and hold
construction,
350 today.
in the hospitality business will create upwardly pressure on inflation in this country?
So we don't, we don't have concerns about policies. We just look at the data, and labor supply has actually, the new labor supply from immigration has actually come down quite sharply over the second half of last year, and there's every reason to think that will continue. Demand has also come down, so that the unemployment rate has actually been flat since July. We're going to look at
But
supply
wouldn't
and
taking a
demand.
million workers out of the
I just
the
posted an
economy
AMC
have
and
a-
GME chat if you're interested.
It could.
In a
We'll just have
possible
to see
trade.
how supply and demand match up. In any case, we don't, we're not here to comment on immigration. We're here to achieve.
Right, no,
maximum
I totally get that. I'm just figuring if you take a million people out of the workforce, how do we make that up? And how would that have an upwardly inflationary pressure on our economy? But moving on, recently the Cleveland Fed's new tenant rent index tumbled to a negative 2.4 year-over-year rate. Does that type of deflation in shelter make you more positive on future interest rate cuts?
So, yes, but the thing is, what we're really looking at is, in the aggregate, housing services inflation. I believe that's a measure of current rents, so market rents that are happening. And market rents have not been showing much inflation for a long time. But market rents don't make their way into
Okay,
rents
SPY is
until
tracking,
leases
SPY
turn
is
over,
tracking.
existing leases turn over, and that's been the slow part of the process. We have seen a lot of progress on that, but we're not there yet. We're not back to levels of housing services inflation, which is what I described, but we're getting there. We're making clear progress.
You recently said that employment prospects are solid, and construction employment, which represents 6.1% of all private employment, is falling significantly.
Yep.
Does this concern you?
So we look at the aggregate numbers. There are always industries
Nope,
that are
'cause
growing
he's
and not
lying.
growing.
He's a
I think
liar,
the
so
last
it's
few
not
job
concerning at
reports
all.
have been significant job creation. You saw the one here
He's
a
a
week or so
fucking
ago.
liar. He doesn't care.
Which
He
revised
literally
up the
lies
last 2
for a
months
living.
in
That's what his
strong
job
job
is.
creation. In fact, it looks like the job creation may actually have picked up a little bit around the
Oh
end of
my
the year.
God, bro. He's
Thank you. And just very briefly, given what we had had a business capex recession, and the last time the economy faced uncertainty with large tariffs, are you monitoring capex developments closer this time around?
We're monitoring them carefully, yes.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair of our Oversight Investigation Subcommittee is recognized by Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much, Chairman Powell. Good to see you. I did recently chair an oversight subcommittee hearing on debanking. During our hearing, we revealed evidence that the FDIC directly pressured banks to debank crypto. What do you think of that situation?
So it's,
You're not gonna be able to
I think
debank
we're all
crypto,
struck
you
at the
stupid
number
idiot.
of complaints and the breadth of them. And, you know, want to understand, we want to take a fresh look at this area. It's not something, we're not telling banks that they can't bank certain people from certain institutions, anything like that. Nonetheless, we're hearing these things, and I take at least some of it is real. So we need to understand it and stop it from happening because, and you know, if you look at what the banks are saying, they're really saying that a lot of this is that the enforcement of anti-money laundering is so tough that at any sign, any flag at all that gets raised, they just cut people off. And they can't explain. So that may be part of it, but I think we need to do some work, get to the bottom of it, and address this.
Thanks, Chairman.
You don't, if you have crypto, you don't need a bank.
Banks should avoid.
Yo, GameStop's recovering, dude.
No such
GameStop's
clause
recovering and
letters as they're
AMC's pushing
referred
up,
to
dude. We're
communications
getting somewhere.
Of this coming from the
And
Fed.
SPY's
Not that
maxing
I'm
out.
aware
SPY's
of.
getting
No,
ready to
it's
max
not their
out. It's gonna
policy.
pull
Our
back.
banks are
Not
doing
financial advice.
business
I'm not a
with crypto
financial advisor.
companies, and they're doing crypto inside the bank. Some of them are. We've been a little bit careful with it, but I really don't think we've been telling people they can't do it.
I think a lot of people, including us, would appreciate you doing a careful review of that.
Dude, we just got a
Banking
bunch of new
industry
subscribers,
itself
man. I
is
really
concerned,
appreciate y'all.
that
Shout out to
there's
the
no
new
vice chair
subscribers. Thank you so
supervision
much for
to
being
provide,
here. And thank you for
clarity
joining
on
the
multiple
channel. We have
issues, Basel III,
15,537
to
subscribers,
Debanking.
getting more
Do you
subscribers
expect to
every
have an
single day,
acting
man. I
vice chair
appreciate y'all.
of Supervision, when do you expect to have an acting?
If you guys want,
We don't have, we need
if
to
you guys
have a
want to
confirmed
see
vice chair if we're going to have a
AMC
vice
go
chair.
up, you need
There's no
to
such thing as acting. for
hit
us,
rockets. You need to drop rockets right
I don't know,
now.
it's up to the administration. I'll tell you what, the way we look at it is, we're going to do our jobs. And I think there are a number of things that can be done that'll be very constructive. And
Volume is
you
as
know,
high
if
as
there
I
is
can
a
make it for
new
Fed.
Vice chair for supervision, I will welcome that person and do everything I can to make them successful.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, you noted that Basel III Endgame could be finalized fairly quickly. Given last year's extensive public comments, will you ensure the rule does not restrict access to capital and fully incorporates industry feedback? And as you stated, you felt that the capital reserves for banks was about right. So I'd imagine you're not looking for anything too drastic there.
No, that's right. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, great.
XRP, all that should be going
so
up.
the
XRP,
CPI this morning
Cardano,
came in a
all of
little
that.
hotter than expected at 3%.
SPY's about to
Does
break
surprise
down
you?
out of this bear flag, dude.
It was, the CPI reading was above almost every forecast.
It
but
just keeps
I would
making
just
lower
offer a
high
note of
after
caution
lower
on this.
high after
Two
lower
notes of
high
caution.
after lower
One
high.
is,
This thing's
we
falling.
don't get excited about
It's
one
just
or
getting
two
more and more
good
bearish as
readings,
time
and
goes
we don't
on.
get excited about one or two bad readings. The second thing though,
AMC is looking
we
like a
target PCE
beast.
inflation
I tried to
as
tell
well.
everybody we were going to bottom at
Simply a better
two.
measure of inflation. And so you
I
need
told
to know
everybody
the
we were going to bottom at
translation from
296,
CPI
bro.
to PCE,
And
we
then get a
more
nice
data
bounce
on
back to
that
the upside. I
tomorrow
literally said this.
Producer price index. So I think it's always wise, and you know the people who follow us closely know this. That we'll know actually what the PCE readings are, you know, late tomorrow.
Okay. So in the past, as you well know, you called inflation transitory. Then the Fed signaled 3 rate cuts for 2024, and the market's priced in 6. Now,
Annually.
that you're saying
Breaking
that there's no
above it
rush
and
to
using
cut
it as
rates,
support. We used it as support today, and
you
we
find
started
this
to get a
forward
push
guidance
up, and we
stabilizing
had a.
markets or fueling volatility?
So this is as it was breaking down.
So this is the.
I'm trying to look
summary
for
of
the
economic
post where it
projections,
kept
the
going
dot
down,
plot.
down, down, and everybody's
One,
like, "Oh,
and
AMC's
people
dead."
markets like it. It's kind
AMC's
of the only-
dead.
It's the.
As
it
soon
is
as
the
they say
forward
it's
guidance
dead,
that we
bye.
don't
I told
really
you
need
guys.
as forward guidance, but markets do
I
take
told
it.
you as soon as they
Sometimes
say
take it
AMC's
seriously.
dead, bye.
I think
And if you would have
most
bought as
market
soon as they said
participants
AMC's
understand
dead,
it's
you
highly
would have bought
conditional
AMC at the
depending
bottom.
on what actually happens in the economy.
And that's the feedback that you do receive? That they
Yes,
find it
yeah. And
helpful?
when we talk about getting rid of it, market participants will tell you, please don't do that.
Okay. If Doge found $1 trillion in wasteful, unnecessary spending.
As soon as they say AMC's dead, bye. And if you would have bought while they were
wouldn't that
saying
have
it's
a
dead,
positive
you would have bought
effect
right
on
here in this
inflation,
area.
allowing you to
Anytime you see
perhaps
someone
lower
say it's
interest
dead, that means
rates
buy right away.
And, of course, reduce our deficit spending?
So this is if $1
DZ
trillion
did in
of
fact
spending
call the
were-
bottom.
were-
I
were
said it wasn't in
eliminated.
yet. Cost me 31 cents
You have
per
to run
share.
that through a
It's all
model,
good,
but, I mean,
bro.
ultimately,
It's all good, bro.
it would, you know, hard to say exactly how it would affect the economy.
You got a $6 billion budget at the Fed. Would you welcome Doge to have a look under the hood?
You know, we haven't heard from them, and I've got nothing for you on that today.
Thank you, Chairman. I yield back, Chairman.
Gentleman, time has expired. The
Hey, at
gentleman
least
from
you were man
Illinois,
enough
Mr.
to
Castro.
admit it, dog. A lot of these dudes ain't even man enough
Thank
to
you, Mr.
admit
Chair.
it.
Chair Powell,
But
always a
yeah,
pleasure to
I
see
did
you
call the
again.
bottom on the channel. I
I
appreciate
want
you
to start,
for letting it be
and
known.
I don't expect you to comment on the policy here, but there's been a number of actions from the Trump administration of scrubbing or limiting data that the private sector has historically relied on to understand the direct and indirect impacts on the economy, public health data, information about breaking things down by gender, by race, that we need to understand granular shifts in the economy. I realize that you don't rely exclusively on government data, but has there been anything that has happened since the Trump White House was sworn in that has limited the Fed's access to information you need to fulfill your dual mandate?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
If there was, will you commit to sharing it with Congress so that we can fulfill our oversight responsibilities?
Sure.
Okay. When you were here in July, I'd asked you this question. I just want to confirm that you still feel the same way. Is it still your view that the Federal Reserve that climate change constitutes an emerging threat to U.S. financial stability?
I guess I would say it this way. I wouldn't say that climate change is currently a threat to U.S. financial stability.
An emerging threat.
I would say that it may emerge over time as such.
Okay, so $250 billion of losses in California. We've now got multiple states where the insurer of last resort is insolvent. Reporting today that California is having to bail it out. I know we have a difference of opinion on NGFS. I don't want to go into that, but is the Fed
AMC is going to break
what is
350
happening
today,
to our
y'all.
financial system?
It's gonna do something like this, probably.
As pull out, as insurance rates goes up, and people's both access to property insurance and the cost of insurance are going up. Are you monitoring what's happening systemically in our economy as a result of that?
Yes. The question, though, if the question is it a threat to the financial stability of the United States? That's really the question. And of course, we're following that very, very carefully.
Okay, so if you're monitoring it, where is the risk that was being backed by the insurance industry moving? Where in the economy does that risk now live?
So insurance companies, as you know, can cancel policies and not issue them, and they can leave states, and they're doing a lot of that. So where do those risks fall? They fall on homeowners and other beneficiaries, and they fall on state governments and to some extent the federal government. But they don't cause large financial institutions to fail.
Are you seeing shifts in mortgagers, mortgage servicers, their willingness to provide loans to homes as those insurance rates go up or disappear?
Implicitly, if you can't get insurance, then there won't be a mortgage. So
Okay.
I can't point to episodes where that's happening, but that's certainly where this looks like it's headed.
Okay, because, there has been reports going back several years now that the more prone your property is to flood risk, to fire risk, the more likely you are as a bank to offload that onto Fannie and Freddie, right? We've seen that data happening. So that then raises the question of, and this is maybe just purely academic and wonky, if you own a set of cash flows and you want to sell them to me, and we both have full information, I'm only going to buy them from you at an accretive value to you to the extent that I have a lower cost of money than you do, right? Just, sort of like Econ 101, right? So if we own Fannie and Freddie right now because they're in receivership and they are throwing off a string of cash flows to the Treasury, setting aside the nuances of how the CBO scores all these sorts of things, isn't the sale of Fannie and Freddie on the assumption that the buyer and seller have perfect information, the same information on both sides of that transaction, if that's accretive to the American taxpayer, doesn't that implicitly assume that we have to sell to somebody with a lower cost of capital than we do?
That's I followed your logic there. Yeah.
Okay, and that would only not be true to the extent, I suppose, either that the buyer violates every rule I had in my M&A career of paying for upside, as they say,
Paying for
or
upside?
that the buyer lacked information that the seller had, right?
Fair.
Okay. So what I'd like to understand from you is, does that create a conflict of interest for the United States government? Because
Yes.
if we have, if we have information about climate change being scrubbed from our data sets, and we have a White House that would like to sell Fannie and Freddie,
Shut up.
are we committed to efficient markets that depend on accurate, transparent information?
course you're
or are we
not,
committed
dude.
to
Shut
making
up.
a
It's
quick
not even a
buck, in which
question.
case we might want people not to be uninformed.
See ya, clone.
is the Fed committed to
I appreciate
transparent
you.
markets, I guess is the first question. And then the second one, do you feel that conflict?
I think we're getting a little away from our mandate at the Fed. I mean, the idea of privatization is to get this off the balance sheet of the Fed and get private capital backing it up. And
Sure, and there would be good reasons for that, but if that is coming at the expense of value to the American taxpayer, we need to be transparent about that.
Right, but we have private sector banks. You know, we could make all credit could be made cheaper if offered by the central
Yield back.
government, right?
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chair Powell for joining us today. Yesterday, in an exchange with Senator Warren on stress testing, you said that the Fed is having to change their approach, quote, because the ground has shifted very substantially in administrative law, end quote. And while, yes, the ground has certainly shifted since last year, I'm slightly confused because after reading up on the banking industry's lawsuit against the Fed, I do not see a direct connection between their case and the loss of Chevron deference. Their case seems to center on the Fed not complying with the long-established process laid out by the Administrative Procedures Act, and while some at the Fed may not classify stress tests as a rulemaking, when they require banks to alter their capital levels, they have the effect of rulemaking. So, Chair Powell, I'm hoping you can clear this up for me. Is this a matter of adapting to a post-Chevron world, or was this the Fed unlawfully using stress tests as a backdoor to increase capital requirements on banks without issuing a formal rulemaking and having to go through the legally required notice and comment APA process?
Pretty good chance that the next sentence I say would be evidence in the court case that we're having. So I'm not gonna get into just debating what the law is because we're in litigation. I will say it's not just Chevron, though. I think it's clear from other cases.
So I think
that
we might have a little bit of
expectations
pullback
under
on
the
Amy, and then
Procedure
that
Act
should lead us to the
are also
upside,
raised,
maybe coming
just generally
down to like
speaking.
the
And so we felt
336
like
again.
overall that really has
But that
changed the
should
playing
lead
field.
us back to the upside.
Any changes in capital requirements is very disruptive.
And I'm thinking
and,
350
having a more
probably
predictable
today will
process
be
is
either retested
helpful
or
for the long-term
broken.
stability of the U.S. economy. On to the next
SPY
question.
is starting to max
foreign
out
banks,
from the
many of
bear
which are
flag.
smaller than their domestic counterparts, play a larger role in providing financing in the Treasury market. U.S. banks, on the other hand, are less involved than they could be, primarily because regulators have made this activity less profitable for them. Stricter capital requirements, liquidity buffers, and compliance costs stemming from regulations like Dodd-Frank make it more costly for U.S. banks to engage in Treasury market operations, particularly in repo and securities lending. As a result, foreign banks, facing fewer regulatory hurdles, have stepped in to take on this crucial role, providing the liquidity and financing needed. This shift has significantly altered the market landscape, with foreign institutions now holding a larger share of financing operations that were once dominated by U.S. banks. So my question is this: why are we setting up a system where the U.S. Treasury market needs to rely on so much on foreign banks for proper functioning, and do you see that as a national security threat?
I see the trend that I see is that we have very significantly raised the capital costs of supporting market
God, there's a
activity, and
fucking
especially
gap
for
here.
low-risk activities that are low-risk, low-return. What's happened is the amount of treasuries has grown much greater than the capital that's allocated to intermediate. So that's why you see low intermediation.
Of course, there's a gap here,
relative
dude.
lack of liquidity, and I think it's
bro.
appropriate to
You're
do
so
something about that.
annoying.
And that's something that we'll be looking at is to reduce the enhanced supplemental leverage ratio to account for that. This is something that we proposed before, which I think is intended to increase liquidity.
Inflation
in the capital
is
markets for
increasing,
banks
GDP
subject
is
to it.
slowing down.
Thank you for that. I want to end on a positive note. I want to discuss the optimism among the American public. Small business optimism experienced its largest increase in 40 years following President Trump's recent election, with continued positive momentum in the months since. This surge reflects growing confidence in the economy, spurred by expectations of favorable policies and reduced regulatory burdens for small businesses. The index is not only well above its 50-year average, but also reached its highest point in December since late 2018. This shift has caught the attention of many across the economic landscape. Back home in South Carolina, I frequently speak with small business owners who are enthusiastic about the future and eager to help their businesses thrive under the new administration. So my question is this: how do you see this significant jump in optimism translating into tangible outcomes in terms of investment, hiring, and overall growth for small businesses?
So we know that sentiment really matters. It's really hard to model it, but you do think about it when you're thinking about your forecast. You think about, optimism and that kind of thing, because that's what supports investment. All the investments that companies make, you know, they have to have on some level optimism that it's worth shelling out this money to do what it is they're doing. So it's a key part of how economies work.
And given the potential for increased investment, are there specific policy adjustments or economic factors that you're watching closely to ensure that this optimism leads to sustainable growth in the long term?
Best thing we can do is achieve price stability and also full employment, maximum employment, and then create a stable environment where businesses and households can not worry about inflation and we have steady, sustainable growth.
And as one of the millions of Americans about to get a mortgage, interest rates going down would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman Powell, we're at an inflection point, and we need leaders who are courageous enough to speak truth and who are committed to helping every person who calls this country home. There are many who wrongfully justify Trump's presidency and the lawless work of DOGE as good for the economy. Well, Chairman Powell, you actually know something about the economy. The Federal Reserve has a dual mandate, maximizing employment and stabilizing prices. And it is clear to me that Donald Trump and Elon Musk's actions are impeding your work. The threats of tariffs against our allies are not helping the Fed do its job, nor will they help people across our country. The Boston Federal Reserve put out a report last week which estimated tariffs would be inflationary and raise prices. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the report titled "The Impact of Tariffs on Inflation." Additionally, Donald Trump has threatened mass.
I think he has to do tariffs because there's a war going on that people are not addressing. I think there's literally a war happening, and it's like the precursor of a war. Before a war happens, you normally have like political tension and stuff like that. I think that's what we're seeing now with China, and that's going to move into maybe aggression. China also wants to take over Taiwan, which is a direct conflict with the U.S. So
deportations. He seeks to terrorize immigrant communities and separate families.
Oh my God, he's
claiming
not
it will
terrorizing
help
immigrant
economy.
communities. Come on, dude.
I don't think so.
Come on, dude.
Neither does the Peterson
is this
Institute
lady
for
talking?
International Economics,
see her face.
who estimated that employment would drop 7%. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the
Show me
report
this
titled
lady's face right now.
"Mass Deportations
Oh my
Would
God.
Harm the U.S. Economy."
Shut
Without
the
objection.
fuck up, dude. He's
Now, Chairman
only
Powell, I want
deporting
the Federal
fucking
Reserve to be
criminals.
successful. So if Elon
Y'all
Musk and
believe
his
your own
Doge bros
propaganda,
were to
dude.
walk into the Federal Reserve, intimidate staff, access classified data, and take control of the agency, the same way they did USAID and the Consumer Financial Protection
Good,
Bureau.
because the Fed wasn't even elected. It was literally made by a bunch of rich people in a fucking secret meeting. Please get rid of the Fed. Thank you.
Would that help or hurt our economy?
We don't have that happening. I'm not going to speculate.
Well, on your own website, it says, quote, "The Federal Reserve is accountable to the public and the U.S. Congress," unquote. So I would like to see a clear answer on this. Your staff are watching.
Yeah, also
Wall Street is
planes being
watching,
hacked and falling
Donald
out of the
and
sky
Elon are
is
certainly
also
watching.
bad. So
We all want to know, what is your view if DOGE does to the Federal Reserve what it has already done to other independent agencies?
What we're going to do at the Fed is keep our heads down and keep working, wait to see what new policies emerge, and try to make a thoughtful, sensible set of policies on our part once we understand the implications of those.
If Elon Musk or anyone from DOGE attempts to access the Federal Reserve's private data, will you immediately alert the members of this
okay,
committee?
SPY starting to fall, SPY or starting to top out at least. Not falling yet, but it's starting to top out.
This is as clear to me as night and day. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not trying to help working class people. They're trying to help themselves. They want the
Well, that's
Fed
what
to
they
be a
always
tool
do.
that helps the rich get richer, banks get bigger, and regulations disappear
Okay, I don't
altogether.
think he wants banks to get bigger.
But
'cause
that
he's
is
talking
not
about
your
Bitcoin, but-
mandate. The Fed must maintain its independence and integrity. Put the interests of the public
Right, this lady's
before
clearly
Elon
a
Musk.
liberal.
The world's richest man does not care about the price of eggs.
And neither do
Doesn't have
you.
to, when he has already bought the presidency. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kemp, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. And Chairman Powell, thank you for joining us today. And I want to commend you again for ignoring the outside noise and staying true to Fed's dual mandate. Chairman Powell, it seems
Another
the
diversity
advent
hire.
of artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies has helped the United States increase productivity when compared to other countries
Dude,
around
I would
the world.
love to slap some of these people.
That makes our country more competitive and envy of economic growth. So do you believe that this boom in productivity is sustainable in
I'm
the
pretty
long term?
bipartisan when it
And
comes
if
to
so,
things.
how does that increase in productivity
I voted
affect your
Democrat, I voted
models to
Republican,
forecast
and
inflation,
I can't
therefore
stand anything that
monetary
lady says.
policy?
We have had a boom in productivity. It is most welcome. And of course, it would be great
Yes, the
if it
people
were
voted.
sustained. I think
Exactly.
if you look at the candidates that try to explain it, some of them are kind of one.
Literally, so many people voted for Trump that you can't even say that. Literally, so many people voted for Trump, bro. You can't even say that anything, bro, because it was just overwhelming amount of people voted for Trump over Kamala Harris. It was crazy.
Time things, and some of them could be more sustained.
Landslide.
You mentioned technology and AI. To the extent that's part of it, that could be a sustainable increase in the rate of growth and productivity. To the extent it was more about job reallocation, people switching jobs coming out of the pandemic, that's kind of a one-time thing. Also, we had a wave of startups, a wave of early stage companies, startups. That also tends to be linked to productivity. That too could just be a one-time increase in productivity. Literally, no one has the record of being able to successfully forecast productivity for very long. But again, it's going to depend on many things, and as long as we have this increased productivity, it's most welcome and important.
Thank you. Over the past decade, we've seen Fed intervene with more regular frequency to maintain the orderly functioning of the U.S. Treasury market much more than decades before. It seemed like the private sector was able to manage this without too much Fed intervention pre-financial crisis, and a long-standing and growing bipartisan consensus that the SLR and other regulations may be causing this. If so, what do you think the solution is to reduce the need for frequent Fed intervention?
So I do think we need to work on Treasury market structure, and part of that answer can be, and I think will be, reducing the calibration of the supplemental leverage ratio, as you mentioned. That's something that I have long supported, and for the reason that, the quantity of treasuries has grown really significantly, and the capital allocated to intermediating trades in treasuries has not, in fact, has shrunk. So we need a liquid treasury market, and this is one of the things that we can and should do is to reduce the calibration of that measure.
Thank you. I want to go back to March 2023 in response to the fallout of Silicon Valley Bank. It is my understanding that the Fed is analyzing ways to create a more efficient process for financial institutions to access the discount window. One issue that has come up is that it can take extended periods of time to assess and determine the lendable value of collateral, potentially denying the institution's ability to access liquidity quickly. Is the Fed looking at ways to streamline the process to assess and determine the value of collateral at discount window?
We are looking at, so there are sort of impediments to the efficiency of the discount window. And those are things we can work on and we're working hard on. There's also the question of stigma, though, that banks are reluctant to use it because of the so-called stigma of using it. And that is a very hard problem to solve. We're also working on that one.
Regarding the Fed's review of the discount window operations, can you give us an update on what problems the Fed was able to identify, what solutions you're pursuing, and what the estimated timeline is for any action?
So the study is ongoing right now, the work's ongoing, but essentially, you touched on some of this. It's It's inefficient, it's slow, and we need to have collateral, processes that are very quick and very efficient, because they need to be quick and efficient in a crisis. So that's part of it. Just general modernization, investing in technology, modernizing the discount window, that's part of it. The harder part is really turning it into something that banks are comfortable using because they feel it's not stigmatized. And we're working on that too.
The opening the discount window 24/7 could really help the banks in California, especially the state that I represent, the Southern California that I represent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. President Donald Trump has been asserting among the most aggressive and expansive claims of presidential power that we've seen in our nation's history.
Remember
He's
the lies
taken
for years to come.
the unitary executive
society
theory
has a
to new
very
extremes.
short memory.
He's claiming to have the authority to defund whatever agency he wishes, to abolish whatever agency he wishes, and to fire whomever he wishes, even if it means violating an act of Congress. Mr. Chairman, suppose for a moment the president were to ignore the congressional statute that establishes the independence of the Federal Reserve. What economic consequences would result from the Fed losing its independence?
I think, research over many, many years in many, many jurisdictions shows that some degree of independence is very important in keeping inflation under control, and the connection is obvious.
Okay, now you can see SPY starting to turn over now. SPY starting to turn over.
They're not going to be focused on the longer term. We have the mandate to remain separate from all of that, to stay out of all of that, so that we can
Trust the process, baby.
not on election cycles or helping or hurting any political party or
No, I'm not
politician,
breaking
but
stuff
just on
again.
serving the public.
I'm not going to
as a
do
whole.
that.
That is essential, and it's uniform, I think, across all advanced economy central banks.
Much like the Bureau of Fiscal Service, the Federal Reserve has highly sensitive payment systems. President Trump and Secretary Bessent granted Elon Musk and his team of outsiders access to the central payment system of the federal government, a system that is often described as America's checkbook. Would you, as the Federal Reserve Chair, ever grant a team of outsiders access to the Fed's central payment system without sufficient vetting and sufficient
Okay,
security
so right
clearance?
now we are tracking
No,
for
but let's remember,
GameStop,
we're the Treasury's fiscal
potentially here
agent.
SPY and
Everything we do is under
AMC
their direction.
tracking
And
right now.
There are Treasury payment systems, and then there's our side of the wall, which is the actual payment.
I feel like it
to
gets
the
boring when it's
recipients. And
tracking. Is
so
it
we
too
control
easy?
access to that very, very
got
carefully.
The Treasury
207
issues
in
the
building
payments
right
and then you
now.
process them.
They
98
order
likes.
us to
Please
pay
hit that
someone,
like button
and
if you don't
just pay.
mind.
We don't have any, we don't question.
Shorty
any
said,
payments.
"Don't
We
make
just
me
make
drink
the
this
payments,
early."
And we control access to those payment systems very carefully.
And what would be the danger of lightly granting access to the Fed's payment system to outsiders without sufficient vetting? Like, what could go wrong?
Well, the reason why we're so careful about it is just one thing, the
15,538. Shout out
possibility
to the
of
new
mistakes
subscribers. I
and
appreciate you.
Someone coming in
Today's been
and changing the code
crazy.
and things like that. So we have very careful access. Another one is just you open it up to more cyber risk and things like that. So I mean, I think all really important computer programming is subject to very, very careful access restrictions, and we're no exception.
Right, so you believe, as I do, that granting an insufficiently vetted team of outsiders access to the payment systems of the Treasury or the Fed would radically raise the risk of a cyber breach at the hands of foreign adversaries like China and Russia?
So we're talking hypothetically here. I can tell you that is not something that's happened relative to, we can speak to the systems that the Treasury has asked us to operate on their behalf.
Bro.
And that has not happened in those systems.
Coming with the
I
five-piece
represent
out of
one of
nowhere.
the poorest congressional districts in America. I have cash-strapped constituents who pay exorbitant fees simply to transfer their own money, often to loved ones abroad.
Dude, thank you so much, bro.
Access
And that
to
just put us at
FedWire
100 likes.
could
Thank
play
you
a
so
role
much,
in
dude.
radically reducing the cost of remittances.
And as soon as he
payments
dropped the
for
5-piece,
the lowest
GameStop
income
got a little pump
Americans.
here.
What is your position on expanding
GameStop got a little
FedWire
pump as soon as Todd
access
dropped the 5-piece.
for the
Thank you,
purpose of
brother.
reducing the cost of remittances and payments?
So we do, FedWire is really between banks. These are very large wholesale transactions.
Yeah, you guys are
It's
crazy
one of the
today.
world's most important, if not the most important financial market utility. I don't think we're looking
You guys are
to
insane
open it
today,
up
dude.
to,
Thank you so much,
you know,
man.
to retail
101 likes.
customers. I think, you know, faster
214
retail
people in the
payments,
building.
and particularly
71
cross-border
new members.
payments
This is insane.
Are subject of a lot of work in the international sphere, and I think we all understand it's important to
71
lower the
new
costs
members
and the
is
risks
insane,
of
dude.
those.
The commercial real estate, is that, do you
NASDAQ has this
feel that
tiny
we
gap
should
to
use
the upside. I don't know if it's going to have to
ticking
fill that
time
or
bomb
not.
within the
I mean,
financial
it's going to
system?
have
What's
to,
your s-
but
What's your sense of?
I wouldn't say that, you know, so we've been saying, and I think it's still true, that this is a problem that's been with us and it's going to be with us for a while. If I can say something modestly constructive, it doesn't seem to be getting worse.
dude, SPY is
So
fighting
we
with
have done a lot
everything
of
it
embedded
has,
losses,
bro.
a
You got to
lot,
just
and
let
they're
it,
just
you
gonna
got
need
to,
to
if
be
you,
realized.
the
So we're
only
working with
way
financial institutions
you're
to make
going to
sure they
be
have a
okay
plan
is
and
if you have
understand the
time. You
losses
need
and can
time
manage
I see my
on
time has
any
expired.
call
Thank you.
option play. That's why I
Gentleman yields
specifically
back.
said if
Gentleman
you
from
did
Florida, Mr.
play the
Donalds, is recognized
2850s,
for 5 minutes.
make sure you have at
Thank you, Mr.
least
Chairman.
2
Chair
weeks
Powell,
out
it's good seeing
or
you
longer
I
on
wanna
those
start, with
2850s.
just a
SPY
broad-based
coming, or
conversation. I know
SQQQ
the
coming as
Fed
high
has been
as
making,
$29.
adjustments to the
This
Fed
morning,
funds
we
rate,
talked about
over
2850s
the
yesterday,
last
so you could have
several
easily
months, and
took
what we've
profits
noticed is there's not been a lot of-
any
although
time
there's been
here
movement on short-term
on those
rates, there really has been,
2850s. Those did play
minimal
out.
impact on,
But
in my
the
view,
thing
intermediate
is,
to long-term rates.
it's going to
Would
be a
you- can you
process, bro,
expound on
because of,
why you think
I'll
this
try to explain it real
phenomena is
quick.
starting to-
Because of the bearish divergence, you could see, you could see, you know, it's going to take so long. It's going to take so long. That's why I keep trying to show you guys the Bitcoin example, because look how long it took Bitcoin to top out before pulling back. And it's a huge rally, and it's literally similar to what SPY is doing. It's just rallying, a little bit of pullback, rally, tiny bit of pullback, rally. It's just rally, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high, higher high. It just keeps going up until one day when it breaks. And you can even see here on Bitcoin, you had a higher high as you were topping, and then you even made another higher high, but you eventually flattened out and corrected down. This is what you see for SPY, okay, on the weekly time frame. You can see RSI clearly trending down as price is clearly trending up, and now SPY is in the flattening out process. It's actually in that flattening out process where you're going to see it start to go flat, and then that flattening out will correct down. Again, this is not financial advice. I am not a financial advisor, but it looks like SPY is in that flattening out process, and we're also getting data, so the fundamentals are aligning with my technicals. So SPY just keeps going up. It's in that flattening out stage. We're starting to see things like inflation come back up. And that's why the Fed should have lowered rates even more, honestly. But we're starting to see like inflation come back up. We're starting to see GDP slow down, which means growth of the economy slowing down. We're starting to see inflation tick back up. And this is showing fundamentals are colliding with technicals to show that, yes, we will have the overall downwards move, the bigger downwards move that we are looking for. We also have the RSI or the volume trending down while price is trending up, and then we also have monthly RSI being overbought. And each time we get into this overbought territory on the monthly, we have these bigger pullbacks on SPY. So that's just what I'm looking at as a trader and investor. I do think SPY will pull back, in my personal opinion, even as early as this week. But moving into the future, it's just going to seem like, man, this thing's taking forever. It's only goes up. And then that's the exact type of mindset, too. Once every bear capitulates and soon as nobody's bearish anymore, that's when the market will flip, and then it will go bearish. As soon as people start saying, man, the market can never crash. Man, the market can never go down. SPY will never go back down. SPY will never crash. As soon as people start saying that, that's when it will happen. Just the same way that AMC, when people are like, AMC can't do anything, AMC will never go up, AMC is dead, and then you see AMC start to do what? 11% green week so far after having another green week. So we have this green week here, and we're about to have an 11% green week here. So exactly like I told you guys, 10, 20, 30% green weeks will be coming for AMC. We have 11.13% green week for AMC this week. I told you guys 10, 20, 30% will be coming in just a single week, and this is the beginning, okay? We're going to have another probably, I don't know if it's going to be next week. I'll see when the technicals are saying, but we're going to have another big week, and it's going to be, 10, 20, 30% green in one single week. So this is what I'm looking at for AMC GME. You already know what it is, man. Make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe. I try my best to explain things and articulate things the best I can. Sometimes I do have difficulty with that, but I do try the best I can to articulate what I'm trying to
Support one.
explain,
we don't have legal authority
obviously,
to do one, so no.
on the charts here.
The notion of a wholesale CBDC is really not one that we think about or accept. We have, take FedWire. FedWire is a real-time, digital process of trillions of dollars every day between banks. Is that a CBDC? Some people would say that's.
Gentleman's time has expired.
So,
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank
I
you.
yield back. Thank you, Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Powell, thank you so much for being here today. It's always a pleasure visiting with you. I'm going to talk about a topic that both Congressman Gonzalez and Representative Preston brought up, which is something that's, I think, does impact our federal economy, but I know certainly does impact my district in Texas. I'm really concerned about President Trump's mass deportations efforts and their impact on your dual mandate. I believe the last time you were in front of this committee, I asked you about the impact immigration had on monetary policy, given last year's Congressional Budget Office estimates. As a reminder, the report estimated that the labor force in 2033 will be larger by 5.2 million people, largely due to the immigration surge. Since then, there have been more reports and research about the impact the immigration has on our economy, both in maximizing the employment and stability in our prices. For example, immigrants are fulfilling lower paying and oftentimes dangerous jobs more frequently than U.S.-born workers. They earn more money, pay taxes, invest back in our economy through everyday goods and services.
Why do
and
y'all
help
want
create
immigrants
even more jobs.
coming in
The
illegally
study
so
done with the
bad?
National Academy.
If they come in legally, it's not an issue. You guys are so fucking stupid. You guys keep pushing for these immigrants, and I don't understand why. It's one thing if they come into the country legally, okay? And then they start working and building a future. When you bring these people over and they don't have no way to work, nothing, they join gangs. They go and live on the streets. You guys are bringing all of these people over here. You're not giving them any opportunity. If they were here legally, they would be able to work and all that bullshit. But no, you guys are telling them to come over here and then leaving them basically poor. What is wrong with you
Economy
people?
does impact both the unemployment and prices, as Representative Gonzalez detailed in terms of some of the work that they do. Does the Federal Reserve account for immigrants in its interest rate
Shut
decisions?
up about the fucking immigrants.
indirectly, yes. So we're looking at the labor market. And part of what drives growth in the labor market is population growth, and part of what drives population growth is
I'm about to
immigration.
turn it off,
So
dude. My
sure,
blood pressure's
it can matter,
rising.
and sometimes it matters a lot.
I can't
Right.
even deal with it.
And do you look at the consumer price index in terms of the immigrants as consumers? And if they're afraid to go out because they may get deported, they're buying less? That's what I'm hearing from businesses in my district.
They're not afraid to go out because they're going to get deported. If you weren't here illegally, you want to get deported, bro.
Any particular group.
Come legally. Come legally. It's easy.
Reserve responsibilities, and do you?
And how is that fair to all of the actual immigrants that came over here and did everything by the book? So if you have some immigrant that actually took the test, learned about America, learned about American history, did everything they were supposed to, how is that fair to them when you're just letting people come in?
Had all conducted consumer exams and enforcement for the banks that they regulate and supervise. So for us, it's state member banks, and for the FDIC, state non-member banks, for the OCC, national banks. Dodd-Frank took all banks over $10 billion in assets away just for purposes of consumer examinations and enforcement, gave them to the CFPB. Statutorily.
Bro, if you guys are trying to argue for people coming in the country illegally, that's insane. You have to vet these people. You cannot just let people walk across the border. You have to have some type of way to know if these people are criminals, if they're wanted, if they are good or bad people. You cannot just let people walk across borders and think that everything's going to be safe, dude. What about America's enemies? Terrorists will just come into the border. So anybody trying to tell me that illegal immigrants coming to the country is good, I cannot stand by you guys. I cannot. So if that's what you guys are trying to argue in the comments, I cannot stand by that. That is absolutely ridiculous thinking. If you think that people can just walk across borders and everything's going to be safe. Dude, we literally have enemies that will come across the border if things are like that. You have to come into the country legally and do things by the book. Everybody has to follow the same rules.
Search boosts job growth.
Without objection.
Dude, laws are literally there for a reason, bro. So I don't know what these people are trying to say in the comments. Oh, let them come over. Dude, you cannot just have people coming across the border, dude. You cannot just have borderless society where it's not like that. Everybody's not in the world just singing Kumbaya. America has enemies. America has people that don't like them just because they're American. So you cannot just let people come across the border. And how is it fair to all of the people that actually did it legally? It's not fair.
Get recent employment data for the smallest of small businesses, the mom and pop shops, so firms without, not
It's
without
hilarious.
employees,
People
like those
actually
included in the jobs
advocating for
report.
importing
You
humans
see
to do
that small
jobs that
businesses are
pay
actually
unlivable
consistently
wages
losing
for
jobs.
instead of
In fact,
making
the latest
America's
Intuit QuickBooks
Americans
Small
do
Business
it.
Index
Yeah.
showed that
It's
employment
insane,
for
dude.
U.S. small businesses with 1 to 9 employees
insane.
decreased by 42,000 jobs compared to January. Last month, in my home state of New York,
My best employees
small
don't have
business employment
citizenship
decreased
or
by
residency.
0.33%, and revenue decreased by 0.62%.
I never said they're not good
It's a
workers,
decrease
but
of
bro,
$350 per small business
you
on average.
cannot have people
Do you
coming
believe
in the
that we're-
country illegally. I've seen people. I've worked with people that came over. I've worked in construction. You think I haven't worked with these people? I've worked with these people. They're some of the hardest working people and some of the best people that I've ever met. But you can still not. You can't just have people coming across illegally. You have to have vetted. All we need to do is have some type of reform. Yes, like reform. Members for 5 months, exactly. We have to have some type of reform. But you cannot just come over illegally. You can't just come over illegally, and you can't just walk over without. You have to go through some type of official channels so we can document, we can vet these people, and we know who these people are.
Too.
We all know small businesses drive the economy, and I know there's a company in my district, Brinkman Hardware, 40 years ago, they started with less than 10 employees. Now they have over 200. So they are able to grow, and they do great work. But I think just making sure monetary policy really does focus on helping small businesses grow is key to making sure the economy continues to grow. I'd like to move on to a topic that we've discussed on a few different occasions, Basel III.
My son's
Endgame.
lazy as hell. He
It is
won't
well
work
known
in
that I had some
construction. It's
serious
too hard
concerns
for
with the
him
initial
down
proposal.
here in
One of those
Texas, but the
concerns that
Mexicans
we
will
haven't
do it in a
discussed
second.
is how
Bro,
the proposal would have impacted the securitization
I
framework.
worked in construction, bro, and you cannot beat the Mexicans, okay? You cannot beat the Mexicans. They will outwork you. Yes, they will drink the whole time, but that's fine. They will outwork you, and bro, down here in Florida, it's hot. Dude, I see the Mexicans, they wear hoodies, and they go in. But you guys cannot, first of all, you guys are basically saying we need slaves. And second of all, you cannot have people coming illegally, okay? You have to vet these people. We have to.
The proposed doubling of the P factor would significantly increase the
You
amount
can't
of
just have
capital
people
required
walking across the border.
securitization exposures, making securitization more
We
expensive
don't
for
live in
banks to
fantasy
participate
land where
in,
everybody
and
gets
raising the
along.
cost of limiting the availability of credit for
You do know we're basically in like a cold war with China. there's literally North Korean spies on Discord trying to get into tech companies to infiltrate them, to put backdoors. We literally have so many enemies of the United States. We cannot just allow people to walk across the border. Next thing you know, something like 9/11 times 50 will happen if you literally just have open borders. If you thought 9/11 was a tragedy, you'll have 9/11 times 50. What if you have multiple people strike because they could just walk across the border, and you have a multi-city strike because they were able to walk across the border easily and just come in here and build a network? You cannot have that shit. You guys got to think about that. It's more about than just workers. It's about national security.
Households and businesses. I appreciate that you will look at that. But given how this proposed change may negatively impact a bank's ability to act as market makers in the securitization markets,
Press
and
the
looking
caps
at
lock
this
is on.
again, like you just said you would, can you commit
Would
to
you
review this
have
substantial
every and
increase
any
given its
stranger
outsized
walk
impact?
into your
Sure.
home?
I
Exactly.
appreciate that, Chairman. And I just want to expand on one other topic that my colleague Representative Lucas brought up earlier. Over the past decade, we've seen the Fed intervene with more regular frequency to maintain orderly functioning of the U.S. Treasury market, much more
So for the people that are advocating for people just to have open borders, you can gladly open up your home and let anyone come in there and live. But my home's going to have a lock on the door, and I'm going to be screening who comes in and out of my house. You guys can have your house open if you want to terrorist. And you guys seen who came over. The Venezuelan gang came over, and it's already happened. And they were deep in New York, that Venezuelan gang. Everybody thought it wasn't real. That shit was real.
all work on that.
I do, yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that, Chairman. Thank you very much for being here today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank Chairman Powell for being with us today. Thank you for your testimony. Without all objections, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. The questions will be forwarded to the witness for his prompt response. Chairman Powell, please respond no later than March 31st, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
All right, this one ended a lot sooner. Oh, no, it's 1:05. Holy shikes. 1:05 already. I had no idea. I wonder if we've been live. I wonder why Raul and Benjamin gave so many gifteds today. Was it because I was able to call the bottom or nah? Excuse me. Or were you guys getting excited about AMC? Because if you guys just start dropping 50 gifteds and 20 gifteds because AMC starts going up, I cannot wait to what's about to happen. Because if what happens, what I think's going to happen, I'm going to be getting a lot of super chats. If what happens if what I think's happening is going to happen, yes, I'm going to be getting a lot of super chats. Unfortunately, politics and stocks are closely aligned, brother. If you haven't noticed, what were they talking about half the time during that testimony? They kept bringing up immigrants, which is, I don't know why they're bringing up immigrants to the chairman of the Fed, but whatever. But yeah, bro. So, and honestly, I bet every person that asked about immigrants in that meeting was a Democrat. Unfortunately. Like, why are you asking about immigrants in a Federal Reserve testimony? But whatever. Let's look past that. Did anybody ask him a hard question, though? No. Was this Congress or Senate? Because at least the Congress or the Senate yesterday kind of grilled him a little bit. They didn't even do, they were basically slobbing on his knob the whole time and then asking him about immigrants the other half of the time. They were using that time, their time to get messages like out, virtue signaling and shit. AMC finna break 350 today. I already put a play out in the Discord if y'all interested. What's SPY doing? Lollygagging. Red MACD 5-minute time frame. SPY just got red MACD 5-minute time frame. Bearish momentum possibly building. Trust the process, dude. Just trust the process. It's going to take time. Let the premium run. People always want to fight on social media. I'm just trying to have fun. And build engagement so I can get views. What's up, Ant? What's up with you, bro? Yo, we're getting close to 15,540 subscribers. Is there any way we can get one more subscriber in this bitch? We're getting mad close to 15,540 subscribers, man. Let's get one more if we can. Okay, look. Looky. Dude, everything's tracking. Hit that like button and subscribe for very accurate analysis, man. You're not gonna find analysis like this anywhere else. You can see how the white dotted line, which is my prediction, tracking perfectly with price on multiple assets, ladies and gentlemen. Multiple assets at once. Let's go. AMC actually pushing up a little bit sooner than expected, but that's all. I'm happy to be wrong about that. I'll be wrong about that. That's all good. I would love to see AMC push up sooner than expected, baby. And we did it. Thank you so much. Shout out to the new subscriber. You're amazing. Okay, anybody on waiting on SPY? Yo, you guys are insane. We just got 15,542. I don't deserve this. Thank you so much. I don't deserve it. Thank you so much, y'all. 15,542 subscribers now. Let's go. Stop giving me all. Trust the process, baby. MACD building bearish on SPY. MACD building bearish. MACD building bearish. Yeah, so when you guys trade SPY, you got to make sure you have enough premium because I've learned that SPY tries to rob your premium. That's why it does this shit. It's a premium robber. They take extra time to do things to rob your premium. AMC's up 5.5%. I told you guys 550s. I gave a trade in the Discord. SQQQ played out yesterday, and now I'm giving out another trade for AMC. And it's about to print. I told you guys AMC would break 350 today. And it looks like that's exactly what's happening. Make sure you hit the like button and subscribe for highly accurate technical analysis, man. We in the building. We locked in. You know what it is. We do this, baby. Every day, all day. We are the best right now. Yeah. Amy, yeah, it's gonna go. Amy, she finna go. Amy, yeah, she finna go. Amy, yeah, she finna go. Crazy. Crazy in this right now. Let's go. Ooh, if SPY loses this level here, it's going to start falling. $603.50 puts. $603.50 puts would be fire. $603.50 puts on SPY would be fire. Not, I mean, of course, that's not financial advice. And then AMC is above 550 right now, or 350. I'm sorry. I wish it was 550. Dude, I've been on point with it. All right, see, Amy's starting to push up. I told y'all 350 was coming today, man. I tried to tell him. AMC doing lovely right now. We have 1,300 views already. 71 brand new members, which is insane. Y'all also came through with some super chats, which I truly appreciate it. Over 119 likes. Let's go. Yeah, I swear Moran's Rant is following me on Facebook, dude. AMC's trying to hold 350 now. AMC's trying to hold 350 now. I tried to warn them. You know what it is? Yeah. Spy MacD, red building. Spy MacD, red building. I just make a million. I just make a killing. AMC 351, baby. AMC 351, man. We doing the thing. We doing a thing, baby. We doing a thing. Didn't I say AMC and Jimmy about to do a thing? I'm pretty sure I literally called it that. Potential rally incoming. Seven days ago. Yay, yay, yay! Rockets in the chat. Rockets in the chat. Rockets in the chat, 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 chat. Rockets in the chat. GameStop tracking perfectly. GameStop tracking perfectly right now. Yeah. 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 Let's get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And GameStop recovery, possibly. But we still got a gap filled to the downside, you see, so that's a problem for us. Put them rockets in the chat so we blow up. You know what it is. Oakway! Oakway! You guys are just coming in random with the memberships, yo. Thank you so much, dude. Bro, Oakway. Bro, thank you so much, bro. Oakway Records just became a member. So that's gonna put us at 72 new members, man. I appreciate y'all. 217 in the building, 124 likes, 1,300 views, baby. And what I say about SPY, trust the process. What I say about SPY, trust the process. Look at SPY now. Following my prediction perfectly. SQQQ, slight push up, slight push up. You have to wait for NASDAQ to fall for SQQQ to fall. Bearish momentum is definitely building on SPY though. SPY and SQQQ are different. I want you guys to know that. SQQQ goes up when NASDAQ goes down. So I want you all to know that and understand that. SPY going down will help SQQQ, but it's different. I told you guys in the Discord 60350 puts would be fire. I said 60350 puts would be fire. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want one of the best technical analysis predictions, make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Okay, homie's wildin'. Homie's wildin'. Bro just dropped a 10-piece. Yo, bro just dropped a 10-piece for no reason. Thank you, dog. So now we have 72 new members, 125 likes, 1,400 views, and super chats, 10-piece. And a 5-piece. Y'all are crazy. Thank you so much for all the support, man. Yo, get some hype in the chat for Ant. Let's get some hype in the chat for Ant. $603.50 puts printing right now. I put that out in the Discord. I also put a play for AMC as well, which is already printing out as well. So if you want to make money and make it quick, hit up the Discord. The Discord is where it's at. Lots of people making money over here. Lots of people making money over this way. If you guys want to make money, man, make sure you join the channel. Make sure you check out the channel. That way you can get this bag, man. We all making money. Yo, type a 1 in the chat if you're making money right now. Type a 1 in the chat if you made money today. Type a 1 in the chat if you made money today. No problem, Ann. I got you, bro. Thank you for the super chat. If you made some money today, if your portfolio's up, type a 1 in the chat. SPY falling as predicted. SPY falling as predicted. We got the ones coming in, baby. We got the ones coming in. All of these people making money. All of these people making bread. Don't you want to be one of them? On the plays page, I post them in the AMC, GME. I posted them everywhere, but the plays that I put in there are different. Those are different plays, man. But honestly, if you go into the Discord, it's not that hard to see them. They're literally right there, and I post them like multiple times, and then I scream in the I scream on the live stream, play in the Discord. I literally say it, play in the Discord, play in the Discord, play in the Discord. But yeah, we have 2 official plays playing out in the Discord right now. All this, everybody, people making money, man. People making money. So if you want to get this bag, bro, channel link is in bio. SPY is at 603.44. GameStop 25.90. And AMC's 3.50. The fact that we're moving up now and it's before power hour is very bullish. Bob's in the Discord. Honestly, if you pay for the Discord, I would have the Discord open, and I would just constantly be looking. If you have the Discord, and this is just for anybody who has it, if you guys are trading, because the Discord is a market support group, while you're trading, make sure you have the Discord open, and make sure you have the stream open. Because if you have access to the Discord, you're gonna get additional information, because I post in there all the time about AMC, GME, and SPY. So if you guys want possible setups, check out, if you want possible setups for AMC and GME, you can check out the AMC and GME chat. If you want possible setups for SPY, SQQQ, other stocks, you can check out the day trade chat. But I'm constantly in there posting information and updates only for the Discord. So if you guys do have access to the Discord, I would leave that open up on your phone and or computer and check on it, especially if you are actively trading or looking for plays. All AMC and GME related content will be in the AMC and GME chat. All day trade stuff will be in the day trade chat. And enjoy everybody who has access to the Discord. I put out one trade a week on the plays page, and I put out other possible trades in the other rooms. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is. There's gonna be one trade a week in that place, but there's also numerous other trades in the other rooms. I try to put out at least one trade a week in the plays page. Any other trades will be posted in AMC and GME chat. Numerous trades per week. So if you're not in the Discord, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you get in before the price goes up this summer, which is going to be probably like 125, 150. And I will be adding to the Discord, making it better. The only news is that AMC's buying, or that Goldman Sachs buying. In fact, I'm going to report that. SPY at 603.37, so those 603.50 puts are printing. Okay, AMC now holding 350, AMC holding 350, and SPY is trying to use this 603.36 as resistance. We are well below the 603.50. $603.50 puts are 20 cents, 23 cents in the money now. Over 20, now they're over 25 cents. AMC's up too after we got this 13G filing. Yeah, SPY's at 603.11. 603.11. So those puts are definitely are printing right now. The 603.50 puts are printing. GameStop is recovering. GameStop is recovering. Okay. Love to see it. Love to see it. Love to see it. GameStop recovery. SPY or AMC with a little bit of pullback. Trying to get back above that. So we did make this move up towards 350. We did it a little bit sooner than I expected. So I'm going to have to erase this, but we did make that move. And I think we're going to try to break and hold 350 today. I think we're going to try to break and hold 350 today. And if we can break and hold 350, baby, gamma ramp could come into play for AMC. Yes, people have a lot of, yep, there's a gamma ramp here. There's a lot of $3.50 and $4 calls. People are buying $3.50 and $4 calls right now. There's a lot of them. So AMC has a lot of $3.50 and $4 calls. SPY MACD still red right now. SPY has to confirm the 603.36 as resistance. If we confirm that as resistance, it's going to continue down. GameStop's back at $26. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Time is coming soon. You're going to see SQQQ green, AMC green, GME green. Bro, we're on our way, fam. We're on our way, fam. Trust the process, fam. Trust the process, fam. Trust the process, fam. Trust the process, fam. You already know what it is. So this is a bear flag breakdown. Bear flag breakdown, SPY. Bear flag breakdown, SPY. It's retested the bear flag as resistance, and now it's gonna dump. Try to tell everybody. No one wants to listen. Everyone's like, oh man, SPY. it's just gonna go up forever. No, dude, it's just retesting. You have to trust the process. You have to trust the process. Also, you have to short the top, which is that's why I said 60350 puts, because you have to wait. If you're shorting, you have to learn how to short, okay? If all you're gonna do is go short on SPY, you have to learn how to do that and be an expert at that. In order to do that, you gotta wait for the rally and then short the top of the rally. You can't start your short down here. You have to do it up here. We already had a massive dump this morning. You should have took profits immediately, bought calls, because you know we're gonna get a bounce. Like, even if I wasn't here, bro, I told you guys we're gonna break down out of the rising wedge. You could have bought puts yesterday and played them through the day, easily made a bag. Then as soon as you seen we dump, you know we're gonna get a bounce, so you buy calls, and then at the top of the rally, you short again. See, I'm gonna teach you all how to do this in the class, okay? The class is gonna help all of you so much. Everybody who's trading, the class is gonna help you tremendously, okay? I've been working on it every day. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning while the Fed was on and I wasn't talking, getting ready, helping, working with the class, bro, this thing is fire. I'm not worried about it being trash no more, because it's absolute fire knowledge that I'm putting out in this thing. And if you go from step 1 to all the lessons, you're gonna become an expert trader at the end of it. You're gonna learn exactly how I do all of this and call all of these things, even though it seems so difficult and so confusing. Especially on SPY, because SPY is very, very hard to trade. I'm gonna show all of you, man, and you will become nasty with it. Nah, it's never too early, Zelly Zen. It's never too early. If you made profit, then you're good. If you made profit, that's the goal. It's not too early. You gotta get used to selling fast anyways. That should be your mindset. As a trader, as soon as you buy, you should be wanting to sell. This is a falling wedge on SQQQ. There's like a falling wedge on SQQQ. You should be ready to sell. You should be ready to sell like instantly. So as soon as you buy, you should be wanting to sell. So it's never too early. If you made profit, you made profit. Now, if you didn't make profit, then yes, it's too early. But now the 10-minute MACD is also going red on SPY, so bearish momentum is definitely building here. SPY's topping out. Yeah, then making profit's all that matters. Everything else is irrelevant. Because you never know what could have happened. Hindsight is 20/20. You never know what could have happened, and taking profits when you did could have been the best decision ever. You never know. And SPY is getting a little tiny bit of a bounce. It's not going to go down without a struggle. It's going to take time, because that's what SPY does, to rob premium. I keep calling it premium, but it's I believe the correct terminology is theta, because you lose value over time if you are playing options. So I believe that the correct terminology is theta. You lose theta, which is the name of what we call value. If I'm right, it's the name of what we call value on an option. So you're gonna lose all that theta, and they do that on purpose. That's why SPY did this. And this is a bear flag. This is a classic bear flag. All it was doing was coming up and retesting the bear flag as resistance, and then it's breaking down as expected. Type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat if you made some money today. Type a 1 in the chat. If you made some money today, man, type a 1 in the chat. Type a 1 in the chat. Let everybody know you dig that you secured a bag. Let everyone know you secured a bag today. Type that 1 in the chat if you secured a bag. Okay, SPY is really starting to pull back here. I made 13 cents buying another share of SQQQ. Fuck it, take profit. All right, so here's everybody who made a bag today, baby. And we asked the same question earlier. Multiple people making money, baby. So if y'all want to get to the bag, make sure you hit that like, or this ain't even on, this is on YouTube. Okay, look, make sure if y'all want to get the bag, check out the YouTube. All right, so here's everybody who made a bag today, baby. Link is in the bio, y'all. Link is in the bio. If y'all want to get the bag, check out the YouTube. Link. Oh, and if you find the stream informative or educational, make sure you hit the like button and subscribe. Hit the like button and subscribe. See ya, bro. Peace. Take it easy, dog. Secure the bag. Looks like people are fleeing the BTC for safety, in my personal opinion. Okay, 60350 puts are now printing, dude. They're almost $1 in the money. 60350 puts are almost $1 in the money. Yo, you guys are going crazy on the subscribers. You guys are going crazy on the subscribers. I don't know where they're all coming from. Maybe people are coming from Facebook. I keep telling people in my stories, check out my YouTube, bro. So they can check it out. I keep telling my people from the Facebook. And then I'm trying to get y'all to go over to my Facebook. I'm trying to intermix the two and build everything up. Also Twitter as well. But bro, we literally got like from last night till now, like at least 20, bro. We're like 15,544. So thank you all so much, man. I truly appreciate you. I'm trying to get everyone to go cross-platform. So follow me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all of it. AMC's pushing up, AMC's pushing up, AMC's pushing up. And we back. By the way, every day, gotta get paid. Oh, that's because institutions is buying, homie. Yo, 36 million volume right now. 36 million volume for the week. 13 million volume right now. We're up 5% for today, and I told you guys we're going to get like a 10, 20, 30% week. We're already at, this week we're already up 13.19%. I literally told y'all a rally was coming, man. So lock in for the best, baby. Technical analysis, predictions. We out here just doing our best. And apparently it's good enough. AMC looking fire, bro. Yeah, we had a peak of 235 people in the building, dog. Bitcoin at 96.7K. Bitcoin looks like it might be recovering a little bit. If we go back over 100K, man, that's bullish. AMC's holding 350, y'all. This is massive. This level is massive. 350 is absolutely massive if we can hold that. I plan on doing face cam during power hour, by the way. So, man, this shit's getting crazy. Bearish momentum definitely starting to build here on SPY because the MACDs are going red on multiple time frames. This is like the March anthem, bro. We marching to victory right now. trying to get over 350. Dude, if we get over 350, it's huge. Y'all need to drop rockets in the chat. Y'all need to drop rockets in the chat. If you want AMC to see over 350, you got to drop them rockets. It's the only way. Look, as soon as you drop rockets, it pushed. Drop them, drop them. No way. Tim just gifted a membership. Is that the Tim Robson, though? Are you the Tim Robson? You're going on the story, bro. Thank you, brother. Bro just dropped a gifted, dude. That's gonna put us at how many new members today? How many? 73 new members for today. That is insane. We're already on 1,500 views, too. "30 minutes till power hour." I plan on doing face cam during power hour, y'all. Face cam during power hour. Bro, thank you. I appreciate you. Gifting memberships really helps out. It helps out because it supports the channel, but it also helps build the community as well. So I appreciate that. Thanks for being here too, by the way, bro. Make sure you guys hit that like button. Hit that like button. You already know what it is. We're going to go for 150 likes on this live stream. 150. We're at 134. We're going for 150, baby. Spy getting a little bit of a bounce here. Be careful. Spy getting a little bit of a bounce. Amy's up Amy's up almost 6%. Amy's up almost 6% on the day, bro. If we hold 350, bro, it's over. If we hold 350, bro, we're gonna launch. Goldman Sachs is buying, bro. AMC is getting ready to make a move, y'all. I tried to tell everybody. I tried to warn them. They literally said it in my comment section. AMC's not gonna do nothing. AMC's not gonna do nothing. Oh, well, look at AMC, bro. AMC's up how much for 1 week? So far, bro, and this is just starting. Wait till you see what happens next. She's already up 13.25% for this week, and I told y'all it'd be 10, 20, 30% week we're getting, and what? Woo, we are already on track, baby. We are already on track. Let's go. If we hold 350, I'm telling y'all it's a wrap. Let's go. Hey, Hey, we got those 350. Look, those 350 and $4 calls. People are buying 350 and $4 calls for AMC. Let's see what they're doing next week, though. Oh my God, look how bullish next week is. Yo, look how bullish next week is. Yeah, they're expecting a rally. Big money, big money. Yo, AMC's fucking gonna rally, dude. It's going to rally. Yo, it's lit. Hey, 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 hey. GameStop also recovering. GameStop trying to recover, baby. Let's go, let's go, let's go. GameStop trying to recover. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. You already know what it is. Spy resistance here. Spy resistance 603. 34. Spy coming up for a retest. AMC pushing up. AMC pushing up. AMC holding the 350. AMC 351. Bro, it just gifted another membership, bro. What is going on? Absolute legend. Tim in the building right now. Yo, get the hype in the chat for Tim right now. Hype in the chat for Tim right now. I want to see hype in the chat for Tim. I want to see hype in the chat for Tim. You already know what it is, bro. That's going to put us at 74 new members for the day, ladies and gentlemen. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. 74 new members, y'all. Do you understand what I'm telling you? 74 new members. Bro, that's numbers. Thank you so much, y'all. I don't know what else to say, man. I couldn't be here without all of you. Without everybody watching, hitting the like button, hitting subscribe. I couldn't exist. So thank you so much for doing so. Thank you for watching. Hopefully I provide entertainment value, educational value, intellectual value. Oh, and remember to do your push-ups, everyone. I've been doing 100 push-ups every single day. I've been doing 100 push-ups every single day and taking a walk too as well. Make sure you do your exercise. Make sure you exercise. Spy getting a little bit of a bounce here. Spy getting a little bit of a bounce. Watch out for this. Run it back. I need 100 stacks. Yeah. Okay, AMC. Right now, if we hold, listen, if we hold 350, fam. If we hold 350, 100 push-ups, yes, get it. Get the 100 push-ups. 100 push-ups. We're going to improve our minds, body, and souls. We're going to get money. We're going to get fit. 2025 is going to be our year, fam. 2025 is going to be our year, our serious glow up. If people thought we'd grown up already, wait till they see the next step. I'm taking this thing to the next level. And I'm taking all of y'all with me, bro. But we got to put in the work. It doesn't come without work. So you got to put in them hours. You got to put in them 10,000 hours. You got to learn about stocks. You got to learn about crypto. You got to learn about finance, the economy, how money works. You got to do them push-ups. You got to do them sit-ups. You got to put in the work. But we finna get it this year, y'all. I'm telling you, by the end of the year, watch how different we are. By the end of the year, and this time next year, watch how different everything is. Watch how many more subscribers. Watch how much more fit we are. Watch how much more smart we are, better at our craft, better traders, making more money. And we're going to do the same thing next year after that, and the year after that, and the year after that. We're never staying stagnant. We're going for 50K. 20K is definitely coming. Dude, we went from 10 to 15 so fast. 20K is definitely coming. All it takes is one more time for me to blow up. Sometimes I'll blow up off like a video or something and get a bunch of subscribers. Or AMC and GME will blow up, which might happen here soon. And I'll get a bunch of subscribers. So 20K is definitely coming. But if you guys share the videos, that will help a lot. And if you share the channel, I'm trying to cross-platform. I'm trying to get everyone from Facebook on the YouTube. I'm trying to get people from YouTube on the Facebook. I'm trying to get Twitter. I'm trying to go all cross-platform. That will help as well. But if you guys want to help, all you have to do is share the channel, share the live stream, share the videos, hit the like button, hit the comment button, or leave comments. You already know what it is. All that YouTuber stuff. AMC about to boom 420. Hell yeah, bro. Remember, people kept calling for all those very bearish targets, and I told you guys we'd bottom at 296, and AMC bounced at 295 and then rallied like exactly like I said it would. The haters will say it was fake, but AMC literally did exactly what I said it would. I said it's going to bleed out, fill the gap, and then once we fill the gap, we're going to start to rally. We're going to bottom and rally, and that's exactly what we've seen. RSI was just too oversold. It was obvious. It wasn't like some super hard call or anything like that. But we got to point out our successes on YouTube. That way people can see that this is the real deal. And this channel really got the goods. Hopefully nobody takes it the wrong way as me patting myself on the back. I just got to show the receipts and let everybody know. That way it's known that this channel is indeed the real deal. So if you're here right now, dude, we're going for 350 and we have red MACD. Wait till we get green MACD. We're going to boom. SPY's at 350, SPY's at 60350. SPY's getting a little bit of a bounce. Battle of 502. That will be back soon, maybe. I think we're definitely going to $4 very soon. So yeah, I guess 502 will be there. I'm taking one step at a time, but if we get back to $6, $5.50, $6, there's gonna be a big problem for the shorts. We could really rally hard. And anybody who bought down here and bought the dip are gonna be in the money. So, oh my God, the shorts are gonna be so screwed. If they didn't cover on this last dip, they should have covered. They should have covered on this last dip. They're so stupid, dude. They're so dumb. You had another chance to cover. AMC was dirt cheap again, and you didn't. RSI was oversold on every metric, and your greedy ass wanted it to go lower. Fucking clowns. Someone wanted me to do a newsletter. I didn't know if that was something. GameStop's back at 26 bucks. Bro, Chuck's always negative. If anyone getting robbed by you is you, dog, we're making money. I don't know what you're doing. You're always negative, bro. You need to chill. We're making bread. I don't know what you doing, dog. Didn't you see all the ones in the chat, bro? If you're not making money, man, step your game up. Yo, GameStop is also recovering, which is sick. Hell yeah. I'm still worried about this gap, though. That gap has to be dealt with. The gap's on the daily time frame, so that gap has to be dealt with. Spy getting a little bit of a green MACD on a 5-minute. Spy getting, see, Zelly, you didn't sell your things too early. You sold them just at the right time. You never know what's gonna happen. AMC at 351. AMC at 351, up 6% on the day right now. Yeah, she's waking up. She waking up. She waking up. She waking up. She waking up. Shout out to Tim. Shout out to Ant-Man Oakway. Shout out to I.L. Most. I can never say your name. I don't know. Benjamin, I'm sorry. Shout out Todd. ILMOSTROVERDE. Shout out, shout out. Todd, shout out Benjamin, shout out Raul R. Bro, for the 50 fucking gifted, dude, absolute legend. And then, of course, Benjamin, not only holding it down for 18 months, not only gifting an individual membership, but also gifting a 20, I repeat, a 20 gifted. Absolute legends. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate all of y'all for helping support this channel and allowing me to do this every day, man. I appreciate it so much. 75 new members total. 142 likes. We're trying to go for 150, y'all. We're trying to go for 150 so we can get that 150. Hit that like button if you find the stream informative, educational, entertaining. If you're enjoying the stream, hit that like button. Is this a bear flag though? I'm scared. Is this a bear flag on GameStop? You guys think? Looks like it might be. Might be a bear flag on GameStop. I gotta keep it 100 with y'all. And the RSI is getting hot. It'll get hot and then it will drop down. Fuck. It's gonna come for the gap, dude. It's gonna come for the gap. It's inevitable. Inevitable. We gotta. The gap. As soon as we made that gap, I knew there was gonna be problems. AMC fortunately came down and filled a gap, and there's nothing but gaps to the upside now. No. No. 8. What is happening today? Yo, what is happening today, bro? This is absolutely insane. 8 just coming with a 10 gifted, dude. 8 just came in with a 10 gifted, putting us at 85. I repeat, 85 new members. 142 likes. Bro, y'all are insane today. Y'all are insane. What is this madness that we're seeing here? Unbelievable behavior. What the fuck is happening? I'm allowed to cuss because, homie, yo, you just dropped another 10 piece. Yo, I was lucky and added 2,500 AMC at 299. Ugh. Bro's up on his position. Bro's up on his position. Bro, if you go in the money, make sure you take profits, homie. Make sure you take profits, homie. If you see, that's why I give out my analysis. Not that any of this is financial advice. I just want to try to help people move the right way. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm putting out my research on what I think. If you guys go and do your own research and it aligns with possibly like, hey, maybe data got something here, and you go on your own free will and make a move, then I helped one person. You know what I mean? I did my job, because I'm here to educate about the markets, about the charts, about the technicals, about the facts, and about the data, and show you guys that technicals, if you have them right, will show you what's going to happen even before the news happens. We knew SPY was going to drop because of this rising wedge. We knew SPY was going to drop. We had a rising wedge in the after hours. We knew that on inflation, no matter what it said, was going to drop. But it came out even in bear's favor because it came out hot. So SPY dropped indeed. We knew SPY was going to drop because of this. You guys are insane, dude. Thank you. Homie just dropped a 10 piece and we got a 10 gifted. What is happening? Just going in today, man. And SPY's at 604.03, GameStop 26.02. GameStop might have a little bit of a bear flag. SPY has resistance at 604.67. GameStop might be a little bit of a bear flag, guys. I gotta keep it 100 with y'all. It looks like MACD is gonna curl down too, and that it looks like GameStop is gonna continue down. I want AMC and GameStop to go up at the same time because that will put the most pressure on the shorts. Bro, it's been an amazing day. 85 new members today. 190 in the building right now. About to cross over into 2,000 views. It's been a great day, man. AMC's up. GameStop has a little bit of a bear flag. SPY dropped off of hot inflation. Shit's crazy. Oh yeah, and Goldman Sachs has a huge boatload of AMC now. Inflation dropped today. It was hot. The fact that inflation came out super hot and the Fed had a speech and didn't say anything about it is crazy. Like, inflation came out super hot, bro. Like, dumb hot. It's actually really bad, dude. We're back at 3%. We're back at 3%, dude. He's talking about 2%. We're back at 3% and 3.3. He's talking about some 2%. We ain't never getting back to 2%, dude. Never. They want inflation anyways. The more inflation, the higher assets will go. The higher Bitcoin will go. They want inflation anyways. The rich want inflation, and the poor people will get the poor people will get even more poor and the rich will get even more rich. That's exactly what they want. They want inflation. All right, fam, we're about to be entering power hour. We're about to be entering power hour, y'all. If Amy holds 350, we're gonna blow. And there are signs that AMC is about to pump, because look at the call options for next week. Look how bullish the call option chain is. It just exploded. This is strike price of February 28th. Here's strike price of February 21st. Look, all the way to 750. A lot of $6 calls. AMC's about to fucking blow, bro. AMC's about to blow. Yep. AMC's about to fucking blow. Watch. Just watch. People are gonna be so mad that they sold. They're gonna be sick, dude. All the AMC haters are gonna be so sick. I'm gonna just be laughing. And it's gonna be so fun to see how many people make money. It's gonna be a great day. We're all gonna all be validated. Just like I was validated for Bitcoin. We're gonna get validated just like that, but it's gonna be all of us, because some of us weren't in Bitcoin. Some of you were with me, but not everybody was in Bitcoin. We're gonna be validated just like the Bitcoin. And you make us, it's the best feeling in the world, because not only were you right, but you make a shit ton of money in the process as well. Yeah, we got a bot in the chat. I don't know how they do that. I don't know how bots get in my chat, dude. That means they literally have to subscribe to the channel, which is insane. That's why I think I lose followers sometimes. I think sometimes I get bot followers and then I lose them. He had to literally follow the channel to comment. It's absolutely insane. So I think the bots that are attacking my channel, I think they sometimes have to follow it, dude, and then they unfollow it. All right, it is officially power hour. It's officially power hour. Keep up the grind. I will, bro. Are you dropping another 10? That's insane, dude. Wait, homie just dropped another 10. What the hell? Bro, that's actually, you're crazy, dude. Thank you. You guys are wilding today, dude. You guys realize I have 85 new members and you're still dropping supers? You guys are crazy. Yo, thank you for supporting, bro. Thank you for supporting the channel, man. I really appreciate that, dude. Without people like you, man, we wouldn't be here. Thank you. if GameStop can somehow manage to break out of this bear flag, dude, but I don't know, man. We have to be careful. This is a bear flag. Drop rockets if you want to see AMC go up. Drop rockets. Okay, we're live with the face cam right now. Live with the face cam. You already know what it is. What up, fam? Whoa, what is that? Yo, how did this just happen? You guys are going crazy. We might actually go to 15,550 subscribers, yo. You guys went crazy. Today was a crazy day, man. Thank you guys. It's been a blessing. We are live with Facecam now, by the way, too. Yo, shout out to all the new subscribers, man. I appreciate y'all for real. Like, you guys just blew up with it. Okay, so AMC's at 351. AMC's at 351, up 6, almost 6 and a quarter. AMC almost up 6 and a quarter. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Volatility here. Volatility time. This is power hour. If we close above 350, y'all. If we close above 350. No way they let us close above 350, right? Let's find out, dude. If we close above 350, we're set, man. Listen. Listen. We're moving closer and closer into the Friday. It's only Wednesday, right? Yeah, we have PPI tomorrow. So do remember, 8:30 PPI drops. That's a pretty big one. And then retail sales month over month on Friday. SPY starting to pull back a little bit. Might be making a double top. Not confirmed though. AMC's still at 350. AMC's not trying to give up 350, y'all. But 350 is the magic number. Shout out to all the new subscribers, man. 85 new members is actually insane. I feel better about all the gifted giveaways I did now. 85 new members. Where's my water at? Bro, I had a water. Did I slam it? Amy! Come back! Guys, I need all the rockets in the world right now. Is GameStop somehow breaking the bear flag? Is GameStop somehow breaking the... Yo, could GameStop somehow break the bear flag? Could GameStop break the bear flag somehow? Oh my God. Let it happen. Let it happen. Let both of the memes just pump in the close. Let them just pump in the close. If we do see a pump in the close, remember that's institutions buying. Wait, what? Misty Blues wildin'. Oh, and yo, thank you. We just successfully broke 150 likes. Let's go. Let's go, man. We're reaching every goal today. We just broke 150 likes, dude. And have 85 new members now, which is stupid. Yo, shout out to everybody, man, for supporting the channel, man. I appreciate y'all. Yo, GameStop might actually break this bear flag. It made a gap, though. It made a gap. Yo, what is happening? The memes are waking up ferociously. If AMC holds 350, y'all. They're still sitting on the shares, too, because they know a bigger rally's coming. That's why they're sitting on them. At least that's why I believe anyways. I could be wrong, but that is my theory. I'm gonna post the stream link.
Italy on the track.
$193 in the building, just past 1,800 views, 155 likes. Let's go. AMC slight pullback, bro. I'm getting scared.
Italy on the track.
What the heck are you doing? Yo, check out GameStop. Look what the Rockets do, bro. Chris, what are you doing? You guys are out of control, bro. Today has been one of the most wild days. Chris, you're out of control, dog. Chris just dropped a 20 piece, bro. Chris just dropped a 20 piece. Okay, today's actually wild. This stream is crazy. Thank you so much, y'all. Streams like these. Streams like these. I love streams like these, and I need them too. I need them to survive. Thank you, man, for the juice. Juice lords. Thank you all for the juice, man. I appreciate y'all. Bitcoin pushing up here. Altcoins should be coming back a little bit. Altcoins should be coming back. Yeah, see XCN. XCN, this altcoin gem we talked about. XRP's up as well. Shiba Inu algorithm. Yeah, altcoins coming back a little bit. That XCN, though, was an altcoin gem that I talked about way back. Also, thanks to Chris as well. He helped point that out to me, which I appreciate you for, Chris. That's why I love the community. We can work together. We can work together. Okay, GameStop came back a little bit. Damn. Ethereum's up almost 4%. ADA's up 4.5%. And it's way up from the lows. Dogecoin's up like 5 1/4. So crypto portfolio should be looking a little bit better. I'm gonna buy if it goes any lower, I'm buying the dip. I think the dip was already there though. I think it might be the end of it. Well, I have been calling for at least a 10 to 20%, 10 to 20, maybe even 30% week for AMC. That's what I was calling for, and AMC is up right now for the week. It's up 12.5%. And if we break and hold 350, we're gonna do more than that. We're gonna do like 20%. I'm really hoping we can break and hold 350. We're building support, but we need to break and hold 350. We have support at 347. We have support at 347. Shit, I thought I knocked my mouse off there. Yeah, GameStop's making a bear flag, unfortunately, y'all. If SPY loses this level of 603, it could be a double top. If it loses 603. It has to move 603.36. Amy finding support. Let's go. Drop those rockets. Drop those rockets and get the hype in the chat for Chris because... yeah, always take profit. Always take profit when you can. Pam. How many push-ups did I do today? I think only 30, so I got a bunch to do. Yes, pump the rockets, pump the rockets, pump the rockets, pump the rockets right now. Pump the rockets right now. Yes, that's exactly what we need. That's exactly what we need. Come on. Yo, SPY's coming down towards that level, bro. Come on, Amy. Today's your day. You're already up 5 1/4, but that's fine. I'll take the 5 1/4, but we have a very specific target for you. Right now, 10 minute. It's not looking the best. It's not looking the best. But it's not looking the worst either. It's not looking the best, but it's not looking the worst. We're very overbought on the bigger time frames. We're outside the bands. I mean, we're rallying significantly. It's nice to see Amy pump. And I do believe we're gonna have much more upside. I do believe we have much more upside, but 350 is the key. Oh my God, she's coming back. Oh my God, keep pumping the rockets. Keep pumping the rockets. It's working. Just let me stop talking. Just pump rockets. It doesn't matter about technicals, just rockets. Rockets are the only thing that matters. Pump the rockets. Throw technicals out the window, dude. Throw them out the window. Yeah, we about to get it. AMC's backed at 350, y'all. Rockets in full effect. Rockets in full effect. I'll be damned. I'll be damned. Yeah, but unfortunately, GameStop is holding the bear flag. Put one in the air for Amy. Okay, yeah, so GameStop does have a bear flag, y'all. I gotta keep it $1.50 with y'all. It is what it is. I gotta always keep it real with the fam. Always gotta keep it real with y'all. Let y'all know what it is, man. Hold on, let's get professional with it. Let's monitor. Let's monitor audio. All right, now we're fully engaged. We have the camera. We have audio monitoring. We're fully engaged now. We're locked in for full streamer mode. This is full streamer mode right now. We're locked in and we got face cam on. Hit the link in the bio to check my channel out. Amy's gonna do it, bro. Amy's gonna do it. Full streamer mode. Yeah. Full streamer mode. I'm gonna share the live stream. Sharing the live stream link. Yes, we're doing it. 550, rockets in full effect, rockets in full effect, rockets in full effect, rockets in full effect. 350 is the goal, ladies and gentlemen. We have a little bit more than 30 minutes remaining. A little bit more than 30 minutes remaining. Yo, right now we are live, face cam, all that. So make sure you check out this channel. Listen, we be getting the money, okay? Type a 1 in the chat if you made money today. Type a 1 in the chat if you made money. Watch my next story. People be making money. So if you want to learn about stocks, crypto, the economy, check the link. Right now we are live, face cam, all that. So make sure you check out this channel. Listen, we be getting the money, okay? Type a 1 in the chat if you made money today. Type a 1 in the chat if you made money. Watch my next story. People be making money. So if you want to learn about stocks. Yeah, type a 1 in the chat if you made money today. Check the link. Right now we are live. so I can help promote the channel. I need ones in the chat so I can help to promote the channel. I need ones in the chat so I can help promote the channel. AMC up 5, almost 6%, baby. 550. She's at 350 right now. Amy at 350. All right, there we go. Let's flip that joint. We promoting, baby. Make sure you hit the link. Yes, so GameStop's gonna pull back a little bit, unfortunately. It is what it is. It is what it is, fam, but at least I warned you, right? Bro got a Supra? What kind of car is that, dog? And your profile picture. Okay, we're going for 350. We're actually doing it. You dig? We got ones in the chat, baby. We got ones in the chat. You already know. They're coming in. Okay, we're going for it. $30 minutes remaining, 30 minutes remaining, 30 minutes remaining, 30 minutes remaining. AMC is now going for 350. The question is, can we hold? Can we hold? This is what we're gonna learn today. And I will say, if we hold 350, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna, yo, this might be a double top for SPY. SPY might have a double top here, yo. If we hold 350, it's a wrap. Also, if we hold 350 as SPY starts to pull back and AMC continues up, this will be extremely bullish. We need GameStop to fill the gap. But other than that, yo, AMC just hit 351, bro. Intraday high is 355. I think we could break above 355 today. I think by the end of the day, we could see a pump. This is crazy. It's our time, fam. It's our time. We waited long enough. Crossing into 2,000 views. I appreciate y'all. Yes, rockets in full effect. Rockets in full effect as we hit 351. Rockets in full effect as we hit 351, ladies and gentlemen. Rockets in effect as we hit 351. Up 6% on the day right now, Amy. 6% on the day. Lock in, y'all. Lock in. Lock in. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe. Hit that like button and subscribe. Help support the channel for absolutely free. You already know what it is. AMC is pushing for 351. I think a new intraday high might come, ladies and gentlemen. Should I draw a white dotted line to help it? I'm scared I'll be wrong, though. I'll do it anyways. White dotted line OP. White dotted line OP. White dotted line OP. This is what we might see, fam. We might see something along the lines of this. Right now, we're holding the line. We have red MACD, but we have a lot of bullish momentum. AMC's looking really good. Volume is up heavily. Cost of borrow is rising. The stock looks fucking bullish. Multiple bullish signals flashing. You can see there's buy signals on the freaking super trends. Look at all these buy signals. All the way up to a 4-hour time frame buy signal. Bullish, bro. Bullish. Daily buy signal. Daily buy signal. AMC stock. Bro, daily buy. Yo. Yo, AMC stock is showing massive signs of bullishness. Let me break it all down for you. We just got a buy signal on the daily time frame, the 4-hour time frame, the 2-hour time frame, and so on and so forth. But the daily time frame, that's absolutely huge, especially since RSI was so oversold. I told you guys we would come down to 296 and then bounce up to the upside, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Again, bullish technicals playing out. Cost to borrow is rising. You can see it's at 0.69%. It was up to 1%. But it spiked to the upside. Cost to borrow is rising and spiking. This is signs of bullishness. The options chain for this week has $3.50 and $4 calls being bought. But if I go out even further strike prices, you can see that people are getting very, very far out the money calls, and people are very, very bullish. And we are heavily weighted to the call side over puts. This is extremely bullish. And another bullish sign for AMC. You can see this for several different strike prices and expiration dates. AMC. Also, AMC is trying to hold the key level of $3.50. Check this out. AMC right now trying to hold $3.50. If AMC holds $3.50, it is going to see a nasty move to the upside. I've been talking about all of this, so make sure you hit the like button and subscribe as I break down technicals, news, and so much more for AMC. And I have one more bullish thing for people that watch to the end of this video. Goldman Sachs has a boatload of AMC stock, a new 13G drop. Ladies and gentlemen, multiple signs that AMC is bullish. Smart money knows a rally's coming. That's why you see that options activity and you see people like Goldman holding on to AMC. Like and subscribe for more. AMC's pushing up, y'all. AMC's pushing up. AMC's pushing up. Let's go, baby. Let's go. You already know what it is. White dotted line OP, baby. White dotted line OP. If SPY loses 603.30, if SPY loses 603.34, it's going to pull back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, AMC is pushing to the upside right now. This is looking very good. SPY also creeping down with a possible double top formation starting to form. Top 1, and that would be top 2. It does need to break a little bit lower. It would have to break below this 60250. So if SPY loses 60250, you're going to dump hard. That would be a double top if it loses 60250. AMC pushing up as SPY pulls back. This is exactly what you're going to see. GameStop in a potential bear flag where it could have to come down and fill this gap, unfortunately. But once it fills that gap, it should get a nice pop to the upside. There's probably buy orders right where that gap is. I guarantee it. I guarantee. Yep, see? I told you. Right where the gap is, buy orders. Right. Oh, right here's there's buy orders all over. There's buy orders all over, even where the gap isn't. People are buying GameStop. They're bullish. And AMC's pushing, man. This meme stock revenge, dude. It's about to pop off. Especially if SPY starts pulling back, it's a wrap, bro. If SPY starts pulling back at the same time as all this, it's a wrap. I'm telling you guys. There's so many bullish signals. There's so many bullish signals. I just broke it all down in that video. So many bullish signals. And a lot of other channels were calling for different bottoms and stuff like that. They were calling for way more bearish targets. I was the only channel that said 296. And AMC bottomed at 295. I was literally, unless you guys know another channel, I'm pretty sure I was the only one calling for 296. Someone even argued with me about like someone having a $2 million program, and he said the bottom was 240 or something like that. I'm like, bro, listen, you guys can believe what you want, but once time will show, and time showed that AMC 296, we hit 295 and then rallied exactly as predicted. So if a $2 million program was saying 240 was the bottom, I would want my money back. I don't know if you guys remember that. And I'm just trying to put out my research and help people, but some people don't like that, I guess. We just got another new subscriber, man. Thank you so much. 15,547 subscribers. Absolute insanity. If you guys want to help out, support the channel for absolutely free, please hit that like button and subscribe. We have about 17 minutes remaining. 17 minutes remaining, man. I appreciate y'all being here. 200 people in the building right now. 200 people in the building. Multiple super chats, man. Shout out to everybody who gave a super chat today, and a gifted. We're going to shout out Chris, 5150. E and Raid 5150, Ape 801, Tim Robson, Ant-Man, Oakway, ILMOSTROVERDE, Todd, Benjamin, Raul with the 50 gifted, Benjamin with the 20 gifted, and a single membership gifted, and holding it down for 18 months. Membership. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. SPY is starting to pull back as expected. SPY is starting to pull back here. Double top formation coming into play. Double top formation coming into play here. Again, I told you guys to just trust the process. It's going to try to rob your premium. But SPY is working its way down, in my personal opinion, and we're going to have a red week, in my personal opinion. And you can see that red week is forming here on SPY. So I said red week for SPY, green week for GameStop, green week for AMC. This is a gravestone doji candle. That's bad. But yeah, green week, still for AMC or GameStop so far. We're getting that 10% plus green week that I was talked about for AMC. We're getting that now, and SPY forming up that. We still have a couple more days to go, but I think we're going to see some more downside coming here for SPY as we move into the end of the week, especially moving into Friday. Not financial advice. All right, if you want to see Amy push up, you need to drop those rockets. If you want to see Amy push up, you need to drop those rockets. 161 likes, bro. We're crushing it. Oh, my God. We just got another new subscriber. Dude, this is insane. Today was so... Thank you guys for... Yo, thank you so much for an amazing stream. Bro, thank you guys for an amazing stream today, bro. Today was absolutely insane. 15,548 subscribers. We gained so many. 161 likes. 85 new members. 200 people in the building right now. About to cross 2,000 views. Let's fucking go, baby. Yo, thank you, everyone. Drop more rockets for Amy to push up. Drop more rockets for Amy to push up. Drop more rockets for Amy to push up. You already know what it is. Drop those fucking rockets in the chat. It's coming down to the wire, baby. It's coming down to the wire. You guys went absolutely berserk on the subscribers, dude. Thank you for real so much. Shout out to the new subscribers, man. And then 85 new members is crazy. And winning the super chats, you guys already know you crushed it. Watch out for a potential SPY double top if it loses 60250. SPY's gonna start dumping in the close. Watch. Amy push, Amy push, Amy push. Let's go. GameStop potential bear flag, unfortunately. It's probably going to have to come down and fill this gap. Bro, there's a freaking bot. Freaking bot, dude. So we got a bot subscriber. Great. Dude, I wish these bots would not attack my channel, dude. I really do. So now I'm going to lose another bot subscriber, so it's fake subscribers. That's probably why I got all the subscribers. They're probably all fake. Is there anybody who actually is a real subscriber that subscribed today that's new? Please let it be known in the chat if you're new. Just say, hey, I subscribed today. I'm new. Please let it be known. I probably have a bunch of bot subscribers. We have 11 minutes remaining. 11 minutes remaining. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm just going right here. I'll be right back. Not going nowhere. Don't leave.
Italy on the track.
SPY at 602 or 603.01. 602.90. It's like very volatile right now. AMC 349. If we close above 350, that's a very, very good clutch. GameStop's going to start breaking down out of this bear flag potentially here. It's going to start breaking down. GameStop's going to break down out of the bear flag. AMC's going to close above 350, y'all. She's going to do it, dude. We just need to keep dropping rockets. Just keep dropping rockets, and she can do it. Just show your support, show your belief, manifest that shit. Manifest it. Okay, we just broke 2,000 views. We just broke 2,000 views, y'all. We got 165 likes, so we got our goal of 150. 85 new members is absolutely insane. And you guys went ham on the super chats. Drop those rockets if you want to see AMC. Yo, and she's doing it. She's going over 350, up 6% on the day, baby. Drop those rockets if you want to see AMC pump. If you want to see AMC pump, drop those rockets. If you want to see AMC close above 350. If you want to see AMC close above 350, you need to drop those rockets in the chat right now. SPY showing signs of weakness in the close. Ooh-wee. The SPY starts pulling back. At the same time, AMC pumps. Ooh. Get ready, man. White dotted line OP. I drew a white dotted line prediction for AMC. Trying to get AMC to push to the upside. I need your help too as well. We got 207 people in the building right now. We have 8 minutes remaining. 8 minutes remaining. Things are coming down to the wire right now. Things are coming down to the wire. Oh no. Did we get another bot subscriber? We're at 15,549. I don't know what's happening today. This is absolutely insane. If you guys want to support the channel for absolutely free, hit that like button and subscribe. Let me know if you're a new subscriber. Let me know if you're a new subscriber or if you're a bot. Please. We might have just got a new bot subscriber. We're at 15,549 now, dude. I don't know what is happening today, but we're getting mad subscribers. And it's off the chain, dude. This live stream has been off the chain, dog. Absolutely off the chain. Thank you, Sonny GG, for repping. Keen in the building. Every time I post a story, bro, they like put some random stuff on. I'm just trying to promote, man. Stop it. I'm trying to promote the stream, baby. I don't know what's happening today, dude. But if we manage to get to 50, if we get to 15,550, that's actually insane, and that was our goal somehow. If we get there, that would be awesome. We have 6 minutes remaining, so I don't know if we'll be able to get there. But if you haven't hit the subscribe button, go ahead and do so. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, go ahead and do so. Biz World in the building. What up, Biz in the building? I appreciate you for being here. Ghostman in the building and in the building. Let's go. We get it popping. Every day we do this. We have fun. We get money. We get money. We have fun. We do this every single day. We talk about stocks, crypto, technical analysis, the economy. We follow it play by play. So if you guys are into that, you do want to hit the like button, subscribe, and lock in. And as you can see, the technicals are very, very, very accurate. I'm one of the few channels that called for the bottom of AMC at 296. I'm one of the only channels that I know. But I don't watch any other channels. So you guys let me know if any other channels are calling for the bottom around that level. But I told you guys that's where the bottom would be. And I told you that we would bottom from there and then rally. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And in fact, I called for something very specific. I said at least a 10% green week. But I said maybe as high as 20 or 30%. Right now, we are having that green week. 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 5 minutes remaining. GameStop, unfortunately, breaking down at a bear flag. GameStop, unfortunately, breaking down at a bear flag. We have to keep that in mind. And then SPY getting a move to the upside here. SPY getting a slight move to the upside after pulling back. Yeah, pop the champagne, brother. We need more, though. We need more upside. We got to get past this 350 because AMC, if we get up to 350, it's called gamma ramp. And then we can start moving towards 4 and then 450. And if we start getting towards 550, $6, shorts are going to be in some trouble, dog. Shorts are going to be feeling a lot of pressure. And they're not going to like it. Okay, SPY hitting resistance at 603.36. It's confirming this as resistance. That could be very bearish long term. If it confirms 603.36 as resistance. We got 210 in the building right now. 210 in the building. Make sure you hit that like button if you don't mind. Hit that like button if you don't mind. 170 on the likes, dog. $170 on the likes, man. Today was just absolutely insane, dude. 211 people in the building right now. I cannot thank you guys enough, man. Everybody who's watched the stream participated. 2,000 plus views, 170 likes, 85 new members is insane. 85 new members is insane, so thank you. Shout out Andrew, Ghostman, everybody who donated. Shout out everybody who hit the like, man. I appreciate y'all. All right, man, we're coming down to the last few minutes, man. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes remaining. Okay, 1 minute remaining, 1 minute remaining, 1 minute remaining, 1 minute remaining. Pump it, baby, pump it. Pump it. She might close 350. She might close 350. GameStop's definitely bear flag. GameStop's definitely bear flag. It's going to be coming down. But Amy has a chance. Amy has a chance. Okay, this last 10 seconds, last 10 seconds, last 10 seconds. Okay, that is it. That is it. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. Market is closed. Market is closed. Market is closed. AMC. I'm going to refresh it, but it looks like we closed at 349.5, which is crazy. I'm going to refresh it, but 349.5, y'all. They might end up changing it. They might end up changing it. GameStop closed at 25.97. Potential bear flag. Looks like it's going to be breaking down. And then SPY closed at 603.42. Interesting here. SPY closed at 603. 342. What the heck? Yo, thank you all for an amazing stream today. I thanked you on Facebook as well. So if you follow me on Facebook, make sure you check that out if you don't mind. SPY looks like it might be trying to confirm 603.36 as resistance. If it does, that would be bearish. Tune in around 8:30 p.m. I don't know what time that is for you for a potential video where I could possibly be dropping a video tonight. Most likely I will be. I pretty much drop a video every night. And I appreciate everybody for today, man, because we're crazy today. Went absolutely crazy, and I couldn't have been here without all of you. So, man, I appreciate it. We could potentially see AMC pop over 350 here, here in after hours or tomorrow. 350 gamma rep would be crazy. $349.5. Shout out Pamela Carbon Motor. Man, thank you guys for today, y'all. I'm gonna make a post. All right, I'm gonna play some Fortnite. If you guys want to stick around for that, that's fine. If not, I understand. Should I try to kill a squad again on Call of Duty? I almost wiped that squad live last night on the last game I played on Call of Duty. But yeah, man, I appreciate all of you guys. Weeble might change. Weeble might change. It might say 350 later down the road, because it was very close. Yeah, GameStop has a bear flag. Is what it is. Ooh, I don't mess with Hood, bro. I would not invest in that or promote that at all. Hey, I wonder what BB did today, though. Oh, wow. BB was up 10% today. Options can do that. IV crush and all that stuff, man. Be careful with those options. They can burn you up. I guess what, Fortnite's down or something? I don't know. I might have to reset my PC. I might just reset it. If I can't get it up. It's connecting. What if AMC starts pumping in after hours? That'd be sick. It says Windows needs an update. I don't want that. Let me get away from all the emoters and I'll turn the sound on for you guys. I'm not playing Hood. And I don't have anyone focusing on anything. They can focus on whatever they like. They can buy whatever stock they want. I do not get financial advice. Oh no, someone's here. Oh shit. I always go for the sword no matter what happens. Even if I'm gonna die, I just go for it most of the time anyways. I've gotten this 18th crown and now my lobbies are super sweaty. It's not 350. Oh yeah, see, it did change. Yeah, see? That's why I kept refreshing it. I told you guys it would change. But we need to get above 350. 350 close is important though. Three 350 close is important. Alright, can we not die off spawn? Shit. Is it pumping? Is it pumping after hours? I'm watching. I have it up on my phone. Should probably plug my phone in. Alright, this time I'm not dying off spawn. Some bullshit. If I die off spawn, I'm gonna be so mad. I'm gonna quit. I'm gonna rage quit. Instead, this guy's gonna die off spawn. Sorry, dude. I feel bad. Probably like some 5-year-old kid. Probably like some kid. How are you not dead? Oh my god, there's another one. No! This game's gonna piss me off. The fuck is happening, dude? This is bullshit. I'm gonna fucking quit, dude. I'm so used to fucking winning, dude. Now I'm getting pissed off. I tried to switch my weapons at the wrong time. AMC still barcoding after hours. I'm gonna go quit and go outside. I'm I'm not used to dying in 90th place, dude. Alright, but fuck this. I'm not dying again, dude. Aggressively pushing everyone now. Fucking everyone out. I'm not even giving them a chance. I'm just pushing everybody. If you're here, you're dead. Yep. Alright, who else is here? I'm killing everybody in the vicinity. If you're here, you're dead. I need everybody out of this area. Over here, somebody? What the hell is it? We're not dying this time, fam. I died 2 times in a row of spawn. I'm not used to that at all. I'm not used to dying 2 times in a row of spawn. That was insane that actually happened. I'm used to killing everybody at the spawn, like I just did. There wasn't as many people there, but it doesn't matter how many people are there. I'm used to killing them all. Actually, I'll push this real quick and then come back. saw fighting over here. I'd like to get one more kill if possible. Yep. Are you shooting at me? Oh, you sending a shot at me, bro. Yeah, you sending a shot at me, bro. I'm a laser your ass, buddy. Laser your ass, buddy. Yeah, I got that beam on me. I got that beam on me. I got that beam on me. I'm warming up now. Yeah, I'm warming up now. It's over for y'all. Y'all try to fuck with me right in the beginning. Now your boy warmed up. If you guys can't tell, I'm very competitive. Very competitive. Oh, I need that storm forecast tower. Shit. I want to get the boss though. All right, I'm just gonna, since I'm here, I'm gonna quickly try to get the boss and then try to go to the storm forecast tower. I'm gonna try to win this game. Oh, that's not good. Alright, we're gonna go try to get the tower. Oh my god, I thought the game was about to crash! Alright, there's people. There's people. Alright, we're gonna go try to kill them and get the tower. It might take too long to get the tower, but we're gonna try. They're over here somewhere. Right there, right there. Okay, there's that. And there happens to be a car here. So let's go get that tower. Oh God, a bot! There's a bot in my stream. She should be over here already. Teleport out of storm. What are you doing? Oh my God, this dumb NPC is gonna die. Get out of the storm, you dummy. Get out of the storm. You're so dumb. Oh God, there's two bots. Dude, somebody's doing this on purpose. There's no way. There's no way this is real. Somebody's watching my stream doing this. There's no way this is real. There's no way this is real. Shout out to anybody who's not a bot watching right now. There's probably like no real people watching. Out of the 42 people, it's probably all bots. Is there any real person watching right now? Type a rocket in the chat. If you're a real person, okay, there's fighting. Lots of fighting. Okay, Chris is in the building. Okay, there's a lot of fighting going on over here. Oh shit! Oh shit, I might die. Where's he at? I killed everybody! Who got a med kit? Who got a med kit? Thank you. That's exactly what I need. Alright, I'm full up on mats now. Yeah, I came in there hot, boy. That might have been a clip. Yo, I might clip that. That was 3 kills. That was 3 kills rapid. I might clip that after. After the stream. I might record that. That was 3 kills, and the one guy almost got me, but I was able to heal up. I built up top. I didn't panic, and I built up top. Good thing I didn't panic. 6 minis. I'll keep the 6 minis. Oh no, there's 2 of these. I'll take 2 of those. I gotta use the bathroom. I gotta pee. All right, there's only 6 people remaining. I think I can't stay here. Warrior's Watch is where I need to be. Oh my god, how did I not get fall damage? I did not see that rock. Alright, I need to get up here. I need to get up here now! I need to build a base, right? Yes, up here. No! Please. Okay. We're getting close. I gotta pee though, brother. Come on. Where is this guy? There's someone up there too I gotta watch out for. I gotta be careful. I could get beamed. I could get beamed. I gotta pee so bad. Alright, where is Storm moving? Storm's moving right here. I gotta hold it for survival. I cannot run. Oh my god, that was so dumb. That was so dumb. That was so stupid, dude. That didn't require any skill. That was the dumbest thing. Alright, so thank you, Kai Supreme, John Z. I appreciate y'all. Chris. Thank you, man. I appreciate y'all. Let's check in on Amy. Okay, Amy is above 550. You guys see that? So we got the official close of 550 and we're above 550. You guys see that? I think I'm going to wrap it up here, though. I really appreciate everybody who watches when I do play the games. I might even got a clip this time. Because when I went up and killed those 3 people, that was pretty dope. 3 kills in a row, wrap it after each other. That's not too bad. But yeah, I'm probably gonna wrap it up here, and I truly appreciate everybody watching still, and thank you guys for today. It was crazy. Again, man, over 2,000 plus views, 85 new members is wild, 182 likes, plus supers. Crazy. As always, y'all, have fun, stay safe, make money. Peace, fam. So what? That's gonna put us 2,200 views. Wow. What a stream.